really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. We've got Nia Jax on the show following last week. We've got Cody in action. He's going to be taking on Dominik Mysterio. I think the one that's really interesting to me is Jey Uso against Drew McIntyre. I think that one is the one that I'm probably most excited for. As well as that, we do have Shinsuke taking on Ricochet. So that could be kind of interesting as well. Clearly, we're building towards Shinsuke and Seth. So that is... I'm going to take some steps forward tonight. I don't know quite how it's going to take some steps forward tonight, but it's going to take a few steps forward tonight, I'm sure. But on paper, the show looks okay. I can't say that I'm giddy about what I've seen so far, but I think Jey against Drew should be all right. And as always, I'm sure we can have some fun. So, yeah, big shout out to everyone that's in the chat. Jim, hello. Shout out to you. Tommy says The Rock is going to be there. Shout out to Tommy Toy Travels. Thomas, hello. Me and Tommy filmed a fantastic... I spoke about this yesterday. I did a stream on the channel yesterday, like a Sunday stream. We do one every Sunday now. And I said I needed to wrap it up because I needed to go and do like a video with... Tommy, and oh god, it was so much fun. There's a couple of moments in there that are absolutely brilliant. I really can't wait for people to see a couple of moments. There's about 3 or 4 actually, but there's 2 that I'm thinking of in particular that I think were absolutely brilliant. So that video on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel is going to be a real treat, I think. It's me and Tommy playing a dating game. And we played it actually a few months back. And the first video is really funny. But I think I would be quite confident in saying the second video is even better. So I don't know quite when that's going to drop because we do have a normal episode tomorrow. So I don't know when that episode will drop. But when it does, it's going to be brilliant. Nitro said, I enjoyed last night's stream. Very good. I'm really pleased. I must admit, when we started doing those Sunday streams, I wasn't quite sure how they would look, what they would look like, how would they would look, what they would contain. But yeah, I think that they've kind of been working quite well. I think it's good to have like a topic for us to get our teeth into. And the one yesterday was like, what should main event WrestleMania 40? And I thought there was some really interesting kind of conversations that came out of it. I ended up chucking it into a little bit of a short as well. So, yeah, God, I have no idea what this Sunday stream is going to look like. Maybe we'll have a better idea once we get past SmackDown and we've had a full week of action. As we said, you know, I'm always honest, sometimes painfully so. I think that tonight's Raw is looking okay. I don't think it looks a disaster, but I can't sit here and hype it up and tell you it's going to be the greatest thing you've ever seen. But we know that there are some interesting stories going on at the moment. Like, I really am into the Shinsuke story. I think the Shinsuke situation is really interesting. His video packages have been fantastic. Him and Seth, I think, could be really entertaining. We saw the match before. It was okay. I think they can do better. And it's clear that we're building towards that rematch. So we've got Shinsuke and Ricochet tonight. Drew is turning heel, is in the process of turning heel. He is taking on Jey Uso tonight. And we all heard Kevin Owens say, no one wants you here. No one likes you. I've got people that don't talk to me coming up to me telling me that we should sort you out. So that's kind of an interesting situation as well. It kind of feels like they don't have like a big, juicy Judgment Day story. Can't tell you what Raw's big, juicy Judgment Day bloodline type story is. I really don't know. With Judgment Day, it was the whole Finn and Damian turning on each other, but that stopped. That's not a thing at the moment. So Seth and Shinsuke, Jey having a hard time. Like I don't know. I don't know what the big juicy story is. That's what's missing from Raw for me. But what we do have is a lot of little stories, little situations going on. There's definitely stories that can be progressed tonight. But it hasn't got that bloodline vibe, has it? We're not tuning in going, oh my God, what's next for Sami? What's next for Roman? What's next for, You know, it's probably just missing out on that, but we'll see what they come up with. Obviously, a monster SmackDown stack show, massive rating. Normally, they do like around 2.2 million. This pulled a 2.5. They did have The Rock, of course, but they didn't advertise The Rock. So just goes to show, doesn't it, word of mouth? Because I don't think that does 2.5 if The Rock's not on that show. So I know that it leaked beforehand and there was a few rumors doing the rounds, but I don't think that does the number it does if The Rock hadn't have appeared. So I can only imagine that The Rock appeared and then people started tuning in. Apparently that first segment did like a 2.8. If The Rock wasn't on that show, that first segment's not doing a 2.8. So yeah, word of mouth, man. Word of mouth, or people heard those rumors, tuned in, wanted to see something special, and they got the results. So a big SmackDown. Can Raw follow up following that SmackDown? But Christopher said, what are the thoughts on the rumors that they are planning a surprise with Dragon being mentioned? Haven't heard anything about a surprise. Haven't heard anything about a surprise, but Dragon? What? Dragon Lee? Dragon Lee, maybe? Who's Dragon Lee feuding with at the moment? Mustafa Ali? Can't see a reason as to why you would bring Dragon Lee to the main roster unless there's a different Dragon that we're talking about. Ricky the Dragon? But he's been doing stuff with AEW, so I'm not expecting Ricky the Dragon. Steamboat. What other dragons are there? There's the American Dragon, but he is an AEW superstar. There's Dragunov, Ilya Dragunov, but he's competing for the title at No Mercy down in NXT, so I'm not expecting him either. So I've not heard anything, Christopher. You'll have to fill me in where you've seen that news and who specifically it is. JM Beer said no. Matt Riddle again backstage. Interesting. I don't know. Interesting, definitely. I'm not disagreeing with that. But is it surprising? You know, that allegation he made was quite serious. I mean, sexual assault is not something that you just brush under the carpet. He alleged sexual assault. And not only that, he posted a picture of the person that he alleged did it on his social media. And don't forget, WWE superstars get their social media like promoted for them through the WWE channels. He's a WWE superstar. If he has wrongfully alleged that someone has been responsible for sexual assault using a social media channel that is promoted by WWE, affiliated to WWE, and he's affiliated as well. He's obviously a WWE superstar. That's a very mood. Okay, is that any better? Yeah, man, it's so weird. So weird. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Whenever I get lag, right? So if ever I do get lag, normally I've got a red light in the corner. It means that my internet on one of my routers is playing up. But if I just change to a different router, it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. I don't get how that works. I don't know how that works. But we're back, baby. So yeah, if you did miss what I just said, I was saying like it is interesting. I'm not disagreeing with that. But is it surprising? Because Matt Riddle accused someone of sexual assault. He posted their picture. He posted it on his social media, a social media that is promoted and connected to WWE. He's promoted and connected to WWE. You can make the argument that all of his kind of activity goes back to that company. You see it all the time where, like, you know, you've seen those videos of Karens kicking off in supermarkets, and then it turns out that it goes viral, and then they end up losing their jobs because their performance, their outbursts are obviously reflective of the companies that they work for, right? So it's the same with Riddle. If Riddle's going to accuse this person of sexual assault, then if it's proven to not be true, then that's a false accusation, and that's going to come back on WWE. WWE don't want to be associated with that kind of thing. This is a bad situation, man. It's a bad situation. It's a messy situation, and it's a serious situation. So it's one that needs to get sorted. And I genuinely don't know if we part ways with Matt Riddle. If this turns out to be completely made up, he was intoxicated, it's a load of nonsense, we could honestly be parting ways with Matt Riddle. It might be the end of the road for Matt Riddle. And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if it should be. I don't know if we should forgive mistakes, but then, you know, he's been to rehab as well. It's clear that he's not in a great place because, you know, he went to rehab and he's been failing wellness policies. And now we've got this very serious allegation, which could prove to be true. As I said, you know, very sympathetic. I'm not saying that it's a lie at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it turns out not to be true, then we might be parting ways with Matt Riddle. So, yeah, we'll have to definitely one to keep an eye on. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Kashawn said, what do you think about the rumors of Jade Cargill skipping NXT going to the main roster? We've covered it, to be honest. We've really spoken on this. I did quite a bit on it yesterday. So what I would say is check out yesterday's stream because you'll find the conversation in there. Lengthy conversation, like a good 15, 20 minutes. The short version is she should go to NXT. I think there's a misunderstanding as to what NXT is. I think a lot of people look at NXT as just being the developmental place where the kids go to learn how to wrestle. And there is truth to that. That is what it's there for. But certainly Dragon Lee, who's in NXT right now, he doesn't need to learn how to wrestle. Finn Balor, who came from New Japan, he didn't need to learn how to wrestle. But they went to NXT because they needed to learn the WWE way of doing things. You know, there's certain banned moves that you can use and you can't use. There's certain words that you can't say. There's posing in the entranceway, posing on the edge of the ring, knowing where the hard cam is, knowing how often you should interact with the crowds. You know, just all of that stuff and much more. Like, you know, doing something specific when you go into commercial break. How would you know when you go into commercial break? How do AEW communicate to their wrestlers that they're about to go to commercial break, so do something to keep people around? How do they do it compared to how WWE do it? I don't know the answer to that, but it might be different. It might be different. So if you go to NXT, you're being taught all of that stuff as well. Plus, we have to be honest. I don't think there's anyone on the flipping planet that would tell you that Jade Cargill is a fully well-rounded, knows everything wrestler, right? So not even just from the WWE side of things, but even from a learning wrestling side of things, she could definitely do with a bit more learning and a bit more like investment rather than just going to the main roster. So I don't understand it. I don't know why she would go to the main roster straight away. I think it makes so much more sense for her to go to NXT. But those are the rumors that they're looking to take her to the main roster. Those are the rumors. So, you know, we'll see how it plays out. But all I can say is that if I was booking it, she'd be going to NXT. 100% she'd be going to NXT. And it's not even a knock. It's not even a disrespect. It's for the reasons I outlined. She needs a bit of longer training anyway. That's not a disrespect thing, right? But learning the WWE style. And again, that's not a disrespect thing. So this, you know, I think these things can kind of get like taken out of context and everything. Like, what you're saying, she's only worthy of being in NXT. It's like, it's not about that. But also, yes, I am saying that. But also, yes, that is what I'm saying. Aaron, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Aaron said, you said Roman needs to hold the title until SummerSlam 2024 to beat Hogan. If we are getting Roman versus Rock, surely Roman wins. Yeah. Roman having it till SummerSlam's not impossible if we get Roman Rock. No, it's not impossible if we get Roman Rock, but surely that would mean that you then do Roman Cody. Because I think we can agree that I think we can agree it's either Rock Roman or it's Rock Cody at WrestleMania, right? If Rock's available, I'm sure it'll be Rock Roman. But then surely that means that you do Roman Cody at SummerSlam, right? Otherwise, if you don't do it at SummerSlam, when are you doing Roman Cody? Are we honestly then going into 2025? Like, when are you going to do it? Survivor Series. Like, those are the two shows, aren't they, really? To me, there are other shows, B shows, but you're never going to do Roman losing his title on a B show. I mean, Roman losing his title is a SummerSlam or more likely a WrestleMania thing. So, are we honestly saying that if it's Roman, that then he ain't going to lose the title till WrestleMania 41? I mean, I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm not saying that that's impossible, but it's got to be unlikely. Surely. I mean, there were rumors that Roman was going to take time away after WrestleMania. I think we're seeing that now. But for the longest time, it's kind of felt like his career's not winding down, but I think Hollywood is there for him whenever he wants it. And I don't know if he hadn't have had this run, if this bloodline story hadn't have come along and this tribal chief stuff hadn't have come along. Because don't forget, there was a little short time where he was faffing around, not in the mid-card, but sort of in the mid-cards. Like, there is actually a time where he kind of steps down to the Intercontinental level, and he's kind of, I mean, I can't remember what he did at WrestleMania 35, for example. Where was he on the card for WrestleMania 35? I know 36 he was ill, and so, like, he was meant to be at the top of the cards, but he weren't at the top of the card for WrestleMania 35. Daniel Bryan was the champion, and we had Kofi Mania, and the show was ended by Becky. So I think around that time, he's kind of slipped down the cards a little bit. My point is that if that's where he was like now and had been around that same level now, rather than Tribal Chief Bloodline and all that stuff, would he still be around now? Would he have stepped away, and would he have been doing Hollywood? And I don't know. I've been waiting and waiting for him to drop this title, and I really felt good it was going to be this year. And when it wasn't WrestleMania, I felt really good it was going to be SummerSlam. And then it turned out not to be SummerSlam, so now I'm thinking it's going to be WrestleMania. If it's not going to be WrestleMania, then I'm going to be thinking it's SummerSlam. Like, it has to happen at some point. You know, there's got to be some point that it's going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's not impossible. It's not impossible, like, that he breaks that Hogan record. But, I mean, that's just mental to me. That's mental. That means that we would have to get through WrestleMania and SummerSlam next year, and potentially then, like, be looking at him maybe losing it at WrestleMania 41. I don't even know how many days it would be if we got to WrestleMania 41. But yeah, we did work it out yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was 110 days he'd been champ for. And so 1,110. So Hogan's record is like 147. So he needs another 370. So he needs another year, 12 months, and just a few bit, like, you know, a little bit after that. So it's probably like, to beat Hogan's record, he's still got to be champion by next October. Something like that. Next October, around that ballpark. And then he would beat Hulk Hogan, who held it from 1984 to when he lost it to Andre, which was the rematch from WrestleMania 3 on the main event show, you know, the biggest show on TV, wrestling TV history. So that run between 84, going through WrestleMania 1, going through WrestleMania 2, going through WrestleMania 3, getting screwed out the title on that TV show, which then meant that Macho Man won the title at WrestleMania 4. Like, that run, that iconic run, that Hulk, that peak prime, people throwing babies in the air, like everyone just lapping up Hulk Hogan, couldn't get enough of him. That run, one of the most iconic runs, that was 1,470 odd days. And right now, Roman is on 1,110 days. So, do you know what, Aaron? I really appreciate the support, buds. And I certainly don't disagree that it's not impossible. It's not like, oh my God, there's absolutely no way. But I am still leaning towards it being unlikely because really, I can't even believe we're getting out of this year. I can't believe it's not this year. I think there'll be a lot of people that can't believe it wasn't last year. So I felt really good he was losing it to Cody this year. And then when he didn't, I was like, right, they're setting up Cody next year. And now we've got these rumors of The Rock. So let's ask the question. Will Roman break Hogan's records? Right? Will Roman break Hogan's records? So just so we're clear on it, in order to do it, I'm pretty sure he's got to hold the title until like next October. And I don't see him losing the title, let's say a Survivor Series. I don't think it's big enough. So he would have to then carry it till WrestleMania 41. So in a way, it's basically, will he carry the title till WrestleMania 41? Let's see what people think and what people say on that. It's a good one to put in the poll and see what people are thinking. I would be surprised. But do you know what? Wrestling, it just keeps surprising, doesn't it? It just keeps, that's what it does. That's what it does best. Reigns will break Bruno's record, said People's Wrestling Channel. Let's go. 7 years. That's what he's going to do. And actually, he'll do 12 years. He'll break both of Bruno's reigns combined. So he won it in what, 2020? So that means that he would need to hold it till 2032. Honestly, it's not that far away now. Getting there. Gonna do it. Yeah, do you know what? Here's me going, it's probably this, it's probably now. Who knows? We could be here in 3 years' time going, can you believe it? I never saw this coming. Did you see this coming? I never saw this coming. Yeah, who knows? Trini said, my issue with another year of Roman as champ isn't that he holds the belt, it's that he's a rare timer, not even part-timer. He's a rare timer, and that is boring AF. Trini, shout out to you. LA Dark Knight said, if anyone here collects AEW figures, they've got elite wrestling figures. They have elite Dusty Rhodes for $6.99 in home bargains. That is a bargain. Elite figure for $6.99. That is a bargain. Shout out to you, LA Dark Knight. Dean said, I just want to come in and show some love, even though I'm not feeling well. I'm sorry to hear that, buds. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you perk up. Hope things get better for you, my friend. Jono said, Cody versus Roman ladder match, main event at Rumble. Cody goes over. That's what I would do. You would have him lose the title at the Royal Rumble. Oh, I don't know, man. Oh, I don't know. The problem with the Rumble is that everyone's going to talk about who won the Rumble. Like, would Cody's moment, get a little bit lost? I don't know. I mean, they did turn Sami on Roman at the Rumble, but then that set up the next pay-per-view, didn't it? For them to go up against each other. Wow. I don't know. I think if you're that close, I think you would do it at WrestleMania, but WrestleMania said, I've always said Roman beats Bruno's records. If he does have the iconic main event of Mania with The Rock and win, do you think he leapfrogs Cena on the all-time list? Yeah, I've said my biggest problem with, well, I've got a couple of problems with Roman and being like an all-time. One of them is I just don't think he's had many iconic WrestleMania matches. I think that WrestleMania is very important. I think that you can't really judge someone just by their WrestleMania matches, right? Clearly. But it is a big factor because I think, you look at Undertaker's streak and you look at Shawn Michaels and you look at Bret Hart and like his great matches. I think you look at who's closed the show, how many Mania main events has someone had. And certainly Roman has ticked that box, right? Mania main events, not a problem. But how many of those matches have really delivered and have been really exciting? His match with Undertaker was not that great. His match with Triple H was okay. His matches with Brock have been okay. I mean, they've made them feel big, but the actual matches themselves have been okay. we're looking for those big kind of, like Hogan. I mean, the thing is, the match quality in the early days wasn't brilliant, but it didn't need to be because it was all so fresh and new, and it was a different time. People weren't really looking at matches for match quality. Conversations about like star rating, stuff like that. There was only a very small group of people having those conversations. The masses were not having those conversations. Dave Meltzer sat in the corner, was having that conversation, but Joe Public weren't. And so people were like watching it and following the story and supporting their favorites. And that's kind of how it was back then. With a good chunk of people, I think, believing what they were seeing, So you've got Hogan at WrestleMania 1. You got Hogan at King Kong Bundy Steel Cage. Is there anything bigger than Hogan Andre? To me, no, would be the answer. To me, that is the pinnacle of wrestling. That is absolutely it. You can keep your Stone Cold Rocks. You can keep your Rocks Hogans. You can keep whatever you want to keep. The absolute pinnacle for wrestling, for me, is that face-off, that moment where Andre and Hogan come face-to-face. You're talking about Hulkamania in its prime. You're talking about one of the greatest sports entertainers we've ever had, wrestlers we've ever had in Andre the Giant. And you could say the same for Hogan. Talking about two of the biggest stars of all time in their prime, WrestleMania 3, the biggest crowds at that point as well. I mean, it just ticked every single box. Amazing story, how Andre had been a face but felt betrayed. Felt like the recognition he was getting was a lot less than the recognition Hogan was getting. Never got a title shot, never asked for one, never was offered one. And so he was upset with that. And so he ends up aligning himself with Bobby the Brain Heenan, turning heel, ripping the shirt off Hogan, and off we go to a monster main event, man. And that face-to-face between them two, Hogan's biggest test. Everything Hogan had been through, and he's standing there with the Giant opposite him. I mean, that's so good. So good. And then, Hogan against Warrior, amazing. And Hogan's slaughter, I mean, it was one that could be a bit cringe, but it had a lot of controversy around it. There was a lot of chatter around it. You can't say it just happened. It was definitely a big deal. Maybe not for the right reasons. And as we said, him and Macho, I mean, Hogan and Macho, amazing. So for me, like I think Hogan's had the best WrestleMania ones. Well, maybe Undertaker. Maybe it's Undertaker and then Shawn's tricky because Shawn's have been a bit all over the cards. Hogan's tended to be at the top of the cards. Shawn would be in the conversation. Hogan would be in the conversation. Yeah, I think you are right to put Cena and Roman quite close together. I feel like they are quite close. I think Cena and Roman are quite close. If Roman has a match with The Rock, would he surpass John Cena? That's probably a really good poll question, isn't it? I think I would need to see The Rock match first. I would need to see the Rock match. I'd need to know how big it was. We know that Cena Rock was monstrous for WrestleMania 28, and then they do it again for WrestleMania 29. I would need to see that first, and then I would have a feeling. My initial reaction now would be no. I think Roman still needs a bit more. I think he still needs a bit more. I mean, like WrestleMania 30 was in the Shields. 31 is that match with Brock, which is overshadowed by Seth. Seth's cash-in overshadows Roman and Brock. He's got the Triple H match. He's got the Undertaker match. He's got another Brock match. 35, I can't remember what he does. I think it's Baron Corbin, maybe. I don't remember. 36, he weren't there. 37, I didn't really rate it. Edge and Daniel Bryan, I didn't rate it. I know a lot of people did, but I didn't. I didn't think that was anything to write home about. So not bothered about 37. 38 was Brock again. Him and Brock again. And they tried to make it a bit bigger, all the titles on the line, blah, 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 blah. Not bothered. Cody was good. I enjoyed the Cody match. I thought that was good. I think that definitely adds to his WrestleMania legacy. But yeah, I still don't think there's a big resume there of great Roman matches, you know? Or dare I even say, like, iconic Roman matches? I sort of feel like if you main event WrestleMania 1, it doesn't really matter what you do, it's iconic. And then the second one's a steel cage match, which is pretty cool. Third one is Andre the Giant, right? Next one is the rematch with Andre. Then a banging match is easily his best match at WrestleMania, maybe ever. Maybe it was his best match ever at WrestleMania, Hogan, and that was the Macho Man one. Do you know, that's a really good question. What is Hogan's best WrestleMania match? Some people might say Warrior, because it was fun, but I think the Macho Man might be his best one. And then you've got Warrior at 6. Then you got Slaughter at 7. Then you got Sid Justice at 8. Then you got the tag match, which what were we even doing? And then he don't come back till The Rock, does he? But can you see how iconic some of those are compared to, I think, what Roman has been doing? So my gut feeling would be no. I think Roman needs a little bit more. Not much more. Not much more. A couple more. But I could feel different after the match. It might be so massive, so incredible. I might be like, yeah, that was the one, man. That was the one. Jim said Roman is going to lose the championship at a house show in Brazil, and it won't be recorded. That'd be pretty fun, actually. That'd be quite old school. That would be quite old school. Having Roman lose the title. It'd be very Bob Backlund Diesel, wouldn't it? It would be very Bret Hart, Ric Flair. I'm down for that. They should do that from time to time, but not with Roman. Obviously, I know we're only joking. But they should do that from time to time. You know, it's been a while since we did that and we had like a title change on a house show. But like anything can happen at a WWE show. Like it is good to just send that message out there. Like, you know, every now and again. LA is going to win the Rumble, said Dinesh, and choose Seth and come out and challenge Seth after Fastlane. He'll win the title at the next pay-per-view. Ethan said, Days, you could main event WrestleMania. No. I'm not a wrestler. Non-wrestlers shouldn't be in the ring. And me especially. Liv Morgan said, I wouldn't have Rock Roman for the titles. Rock doesn't wrestle anymore. He isn't full-time or part-time. I would do it next year in a regular match with no titles. Ellis Dub said, Roman's best match was the 31 against Brock. That was gritty and surprisingly very, very good. 35 was Roman versus Drew. Do you know what? Can't remember it. Can't remember it. Gone. It's gone. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've ever gone back to WrestleMania 35 since watching it live because it's flipping long. So I've never gone back to it. So there's, I think we did the watch along for it. In fact, I think it might have been the first WrestleMania we did a watch along for. I do not remember that match at all, man. Do not remember Roman Drew at all. I mean, that actually sounds like quite a banger now in this day and age. In like, you know, we saw them at Clash at the Castle, and it was pretty fun. But seeing them to like a WrestleMania like sounds pretty good. But I don't remember that being like near the top of the cards. I don't remember that. I mean, he wasn't champion or anything. Unless I don't think he had the Universal. That would have been, what, 5 years ago? The Universal would have been around at that point. Couldn't have told you who had the Universal at that point. Kevin Owens, maybe? No? Maybe? Goldberg, maybe? Let me have a look. I'll have a look. WrestleMania 35. Hate this show. Really don't like this show. This would be in my list of least favorite WrestleManias. 4 pre-show matches, and then we had 12 matches on the main cards. Roman, Drew, no title involved. It's just a singles match. So who's got the flipping Universal? Seth versus Brock. Brock had it. So Brock had it. It's Seth versus Brock that opens the show. And the match goes for 2 minutes 30. Then after that is AJ versus Randy Orton. I mean, I don't remember it, but like, sounds good. Then it was Usos against Aleister Black and Ricochet, Rusev and Nakamura and The Bar in a fatal 4-way tag match. Then it was Shane McMahon versus The Miz. Then we got Iconics against the Boss and Hug Connection, against Nia Jax and Tamina, against Beth Phoenix and Natalia. Kofi Kingston, Daniel Bryan. I definitely watch that again. I remember that. Samoa Joe, Rey Mysterio goes for like less than a minute. Then we had Roman Reigns against Drew McIntyre, no titles involved. Oh. Then we had Triple H Batista that just wouldn't end. It went for like 25. It's the longest match on the card. So if Triple H had lost, then he was forced to retire. But I think that was actually Batista's retirement match. That was Batista's last match. 24. The build to that was good, actually. Wasn't that the whole give me what I want? You know, you've done a lot, but you've never beaten me speech. It's good. Baron Corbin against Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle's farewell. Lol. Finn Balor against Bobby Lashley. And Bobby had Leo Rush with him. Do you remember that? When Leo Rush was like shouting stuff on the outside of the ring. That was for the Intercontinental. And then we had Becky Lynch, Ronda, and Charlotte in our main events. On the pre-show was Braun winning the Andre Battle Royal. Kurt Hawkins and Zack Ryder beat the Revival. I'm sorry, what? Kurt Hawkins and Zack Ryder beat the Revival, beat FTR on the pre-show. I mean, honestly, at that point, you just go, do you know what? This ain't for me. And you would turn it off, wouldn't you? And you'd walk away and you'd go in your garden or something. Kurt Hawkins and Zack Ryder beat the Revival FTR. That happens. That's a thing that happens. That happens. WWE decided that's what should happen, and it happened. It might be that that was their last match. God, I hope it was. I hope there's a reason for it. I hope it was their farewell and they were leaving or something. But Carmella won the WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal. Do we still do the WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal? We do the Andre one. But do we still do the women's one? We didn't do a women's one this year, did we? Did we? No. We didn't do a women's one. I don't remember a women's one. I don't remember the men's one, but who won the men's one? Who won the men's one? No, it wasn't it like... I thought it might have been Bronson Reed, but it wasn't Bronson Reed. It was Bobby. Bobby won it, didn't he? Bobby won it. Because he was meant to be in the Bray match, and they ended up putting him in the Andre Battle Royal. Bobby won it. Carmella won the Women's Battle Royal. And then first match was Tony Nese against Buddy Murphy for the Cruiserweight Championship. We were talking about the Cruiserweight Championship last night. Well, I got to tell you, as soon as I read Kurt Hawkins and Zack Ryder beat the Revival, I was done. Part of it was making me go, oh, this show doesn't look as bad as I remember. And then I read that result and I was like, oh. Next year, Rock returns. We'll talk for 5 minutes. A random song would start. Out comes Paper the Crowd Pop Hard and Paper Challenge Rock to a No Holds Barred WrestleMania match. Who's challenging The Rock? Dinesh, who's challenging The Rock, bud? If Jake Paul came to WWE, do you think Jake Logan would be tag team, or if Logan did boxing, his brother would be a great boxing match? Well, I mean, we spoke about them two facing each other. I think you could probably work them being a tag team because, again, their biggest problem is going to be Jake's got like little to no experience in ring. And don't forget, when Logan had his first match, it was a tag match, and it was a tag match for a reason. And that's so that he could only go in and do a couple of things and be protected. So it wasn't it like him and The Miz in action. I can't remember who they were up against, but like it was him and The Miz like tagging together. So if you're going to do like Logan and Jake as a tag team, like the other team they're competing against is going to have to really carry the match, which is fine. But I would say that's a lot more likely than just putting Logan and Jake in a ring on their own and going, good luck. I hope it all goes well. So yeah, I'd actually say that's probably more likely than them going up against each other, would be them teaming together. And, you know, WWE putting the tag titles on them, you can just see it. I can see it. You can see it. We can all see it. I don't know that it will happen. And to be honest, I hope it doesn't, because I value the tag titles, and putting them on like Logan and Jake. I don't need that. That's not something I'm looking for. I would much rather put it on, like, you know, let's try and get FTR to come back, shall we? Let's get FTR to come back, or let's get DIY going, or, you know, let's do something like that, rather than reaching out to Logan and Jake Paul. But the kids out there, you got to think of the kids. The kids out there, they would enjoy it. Okay? But then saying that, the kids out there would enjoy it if we flipping got someone dressed as Thomas the Tank and someone dressed as Bluey. And they went after the tag titles. So my attitude is screw the kids. Screw the kids. The kids mess everything up. So it could happen, to answer your question. But I'm going to pray every night that it doesn't. James said, quit waffling. Get to the super chats. Hello, James. Hope you're well. Do waffle tonight. It is true. No lies detected. Let's get to the super chats. Ryan Gambler said, is Jade Cargill signing with WWE? Apparently she is going to be at the Performance Center. So she's going to the Performance Center. She is... word on the street is WWE have been interested since July in her, but they've probably been interested before that, but seriously, like, looking to make moves apparently since July. She is going to the Performance Center, but that doesn't mean that's where she's staying. Everyone goes to the Performance Center. That's where like new recruits go. There will be, I think, a bit of a trial medical type situation, but if they've made their mind up that they want to sign her, then you know, a deal will be done. And then genuinely at that point, I don't know where she goes. I know what I would do with her. I'd put her in NXT for about 6 months or so. Not long, you know, just play it by ear. I don't see the rush. I really don't. But there are reports out there that WWE are looking to bring her straight to the main roster. I don't know how true they are. The source I saw for that was Zero News, who I know has been wrong in the past. But then pretty much all of those sources have been wrong in the past. So again, you know, believe what you want to believe on that one. We'll just wait and see what happens. But yes, I am fully expecting her to sign. I would be more surprised if she didn't. I would be more surprised if she didn't at this stage. So I am expecting her to sign. Aaron said, just to be clear, I don't think he will, but if not WrestleMania, it must be SummerSlam. And then WWE might consider it. I thought about it last night, and I hope you are well. I'm good, dudes. Yeah, I'm good. If no, I didn't think you were saying that was gonna happen. I totally got that you said it could happen. It could. I got you. I agree. It's not impossible, right? Could Roman still have this title in 12 months' time? Yes, he could. Right? He could. Because it's been so long, and I've thought he would lose it like to Drew. I thought he would lose it to Cody. I hoped he would lose it to Sami, but obviously that didn't come off. I've got to the point now where it's just like, I'll just wait for him to lose it and then I'll believe it. The only time now that I think I'm going to believe that he's going to lose it is when the rematch with Cody gets booked. Where I don't care what the show is, like as long as it's not maybe a SmackDown or something. If it's like a pay-per-view show, like a WrestleMania, even if it's Rumble, like even if they do say Cody Roman at the Rumble, then I'll be like, maybe this is it. Unless they're going to do a third match at WrestleMania, maybe this is it. Like, I do think Cody will be the one that does it. So I'm just going to wait and see and believe it. But as of right now, what do I think is more likely? Like, he's got to lose. I think he's got to lose it before the next 12 months. That's my feeling. But then, as I said, I've been saying that for a long time. When did he win it? He won it in the end of 2020. I think I said at the time, and I'll have to go back and have a look. I said something like, I know it'll be difficult, but it would be really cool. Like, because he needs a long title reign. And I need to find that clip actually. Because I did say this. I said he needs a long title reign. It'd be good for him to get a hold of this title and keep it for a while. And it'd be good if he still has it by SummerSlam. Or if we can just get past SummerSlam. And I was talking about SummerSlam 2021. And that looked like it was, an ask. I felt not silly saying it, but I felt a bit like, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be a bit tricky, but it would be really good if we could just keep it on him for a while. Just, we're coming out of lockdown, settle things down, get the crowds back, keep Roman at the top, loving what we're doing with this new heel Roman. Let's invest in it. Let's not give him the title and drop it at WrestleMania. Let's keep it on him for a bit. Let's get past SummerSlam. Do you know what I mean? Jesus. So, I don't know, man. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to wait and see as to when he drops it. He definitely could hold it for a long while to come, though. I think the tag team championships should be changed to make them look better. I agree with that. Ryan says, I hope not. Jarrett said, can someone tell from 2019 to 2023 how many times Roman defended his title? Yeah, they would be able to tell that, but it might take a little bit of work. The way I would do it is if you go to a website called Cage Match, I think it's called. They have got all the old cards, all the title defenses. You can literally go to that website, type in a wrestler, and look at every match they've ever had. It's an amazing database, used for so many different things. So if you go there and have a look at like Roman, you should be able to have a look at like how many matches he's had over the past few years. And I can't remember if it lists the title matches, but I would imagine pretty much any singles match he has recently in the past few years has been for the title. I can't remember him having a singles match that wasn't for the title. I think whenever he had a singles match, the title was on the line. Certainly tag matches, obviously that wasn't the case. But that would be where I would go, and then I'd add it up from there. But that stat might be around somewhere. Might be doing the rounds. James said she's signed with WWE. There's no way she would leave AEW if she wasn't. She's already off the roster page. Kevin says, do you watch Impact? I don't watch Impact, no. Days, do you watch the Stevie Richard Wrestling Lassie videos? I don't. The guy's amazing at breaking it down and helping understand the mentality and approach to matches from the past. No, I don't. I have seen one of his videos recommended, and that is absolutely up my street. I would watch it. But to be honest, I haven't watched it. I've been doing a few little bits and bobs, like working on a few videos and things. So I'll put it on my to-watch list. Coach Co says, hello, Coach Co. Coach Co said, amidst the savory delight of Popeyes, I quietly celebrate the day of my birth, a secret joy hidden in each bite. Okay, didn't we celebrate your birthday not long ago? So I don't know if it is your birthday. If it is your birthday, happy birthday, but I don't know that it is. But Koji Co, I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you're looking forward to this week's Raw, which didn't do very well last week, did it? Raw came in at like a 1.3. They need to turn that around tonight. They need to turn that around. So Raw tonight has got a little bit of work to do. So hopefully they can put on a fun show. Jeremy said Stevie is doing some great videos right now. Jim said, according to Google, Roman has defended 28 times. That's on average 1 defense every 35 days. Doesn't feel right, does it? Unless he's been doing some house shows. That doesn't feel right. Maybe it is right. When does Google ever lie? Popeyes is better than KFC. That is breaking news. Brony said tonight is going to do awful ratings because of the football. Guys, football sucks, right? It sucks. Any sport that's not wrestling sucks, right? Stop getting distracted by other sports, right? Jesus, guys. Don't you know that Nia Jax is back? Why would someone choose football over watching Nia Jax? Come on, guys. You're better than that. Jarrett said, if Roman doesn't lose the title by WrestleMania 40, I think in my personal opinion, he will be devaluing the undisputed title. And Jarrett said Bojangles is better. LA Dark Knight said he can't watch everything. I'm sure people watch soap operas but don't watch EastEnders, Coronation Street, Emmerdale, El Dorado, Brookside, Days of Our Lives, Neighbours, and Home and Away. Yeah, the other thing as well, though, is that I've never made any secret about the fact that I'm a WWE fan. I grew up watching WWE. So to me, anything beyond that is just that. It's beyond that. It's a bonus ball. It's something that is cool. I'll watch it. I enjoy wrestling, but I am a WWE fan. I grew up watching WWE. I grew up with WWE. I didn't watch WCW. I didn't grow up watching WCW. There was no Monday Night War for me. I didn't even have the channel to watch WWE. The way that I was watching it, as I said, was largely through videotapes that my uncle was leaving for me, and then trying to catch up on the history of WWE or WWF through videotapes I was buying at a car boot. The idea that I was sitting down, like flicking channels, like trying to decide, oh my God, which one should I watch? That was not my experience. So I grew up a WWE fan, WWF fan. Whenever I did watch WCW, I would watch it. It was fine. But had WWE have been on the other channel, that channel would have been changed within like no seconds flat. So yeah, for me, like anything NWA, AEW, Impact, New Japan, all of that is just a bonus ball. All of that is just like, yeah, I might watch it. No, I'm pretty chilled about it. Pretty chilled. Yeah, I might watch it, might not watch it. If I did watch it, might be good, might be rubbish. I'm WWE, baby. Oh, just bleed. That's what it's all about. So, if you want to get on my case, yeah, because I'm sensing that there's some hostility out there. If you want to get on my case, then I'll tell you how to get on my case. You should be shooting me down for not watching NXT Level Up. That's what you should be shooting me down for, because that's WWE and I'm not even watching it. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace. And I call myself a flipping YouTuber. Do you know what? I don't even watch Main Event. Although, I have been thinking about watching NXT Level Up. I just don't know when I don't even know when it's on. I think it's on like maybe a Friday, and it might be on like straight after SmackDown, which immediately makes me think no. Because straight after SmackDown, like I'm doing videos and I'm talking about SmackDown. I ain't going to sit around and watch NXT Level Up, so that's inconvenient for me. That is inconvenient. But if I was like super hardcore with WWE, we'd be doing like bump watch-alongs. Imagine that every week. We're doing like bump watch-alongs and we're doing like NXT Level Up and we're doing main of just that. I'm pretty sure for those, it'd be me sat here on my own. I'd be sat here on my own, just going, it's all right, isn't it? It's all right. Oh, there's Kayla Braxton. It's all right. But I don't watch those because I'm a disgrace. Jarrett says, Level Up is for men of culture, said Jim. Well, I'm out then, mate. I'm out. Jarrett said if Raw doesn't do something like what they did on SmackDown last Friday, Endeavor is reporting back to Ariel. I know Vince has to impress his boss. Vince isn't the boss no more. Steven said, Days, it's Kerry, Steven's wife. I'm afraid Steven has COVID. I am watching Raw for him. This is going to be fun. I've never done this, but love the show. Kisses to you. Kerry, shout out to you. Send our support over to Steven. Tell you what, there's a lot of drama going on in that house, isn't there? Didn't you have a kid recently? And then didn't that kid go to, like, hospital? Didn't I hear that you had a kid? And then I think Steven says, like, there was an issue, which I hope obviously has been sorted out. But now you tell, like, Steven's now got COVID. Guys, I don't know what you're doing over there, but do you know what I mean? Get them multivitamins going in that household. Jeez. It's all kicking off over there. I hope everyone's well. Stay safe. Stay safe. They do say it comes in threes, though, don't they? They do say it comes in. That's what my mum always says. Like, if something bad happens, she goes, oh, that means 2 more bad things are going to happen. I'm like, what are you saying that for? She's like, comes in threes. Comes in threes. LA Dort Knight says, there's no bigger football fan than me, but I don't watch every country and league in the world. Fake fan. There's only 24 hours in the day, and I work 9 hours, and I sleep 8. 8's a good number, actually. No, we were playing this game, like, so I was talking about the Wrestling Escape Pod. There was a game that we were playing, which is like a dating game. And the guy that we were playing as, he said to his date he needs 10 hours sleep a night. 10 hours? I mean, I think there are people out there like that. I think they're called teenagers. But 10, that's a lot, man. 10 hours. I need 7 to 8. I need 7 to 8. If I get 8.5, I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. If I get less than 7, I'm useless. I'm rubbish. I can't cope. I'm tired. I'm like, my batteries are drained, and I'm like, oh, what's wrong with you? I'm like, oh, I only got 6 hours 59. Do you know what I mean? Oh, got robbed a minute. Yeah, I don't cope very well when I've got less than 7 hours. Undercover Manager said we need something big for Raw going forward. A long storyline or angle that hooks everyone based on history. It's a faction that would be the catalyst, but needs authority to go against, in my opinion. It's McCade said, do you think Quincy Elliott will dethrone Roman? I do. I miss your mom. She was hilarious. She's an old woman. She's a boomer. John said, what show do you think Jade Cargill will debut on, and who do you think will be her first feuds? I can't answer it, because for me it would be NXT. So I can't answer it. I don't know. I mean, the rumors are that she could be going to the main roster, but I just don't. It just seems crazy to me. So it's hard for me to, like, sit here and go, oh, if Vince was to, like, come up to you and go, here's Jade Cargill, I want her on the main roster, do something, I'd be like, okay. Where's Natalya? Where's anyone seen Natalya? Natalya! Yeah! Oh my god! Because that's your go-to, isn't it? That's what always happens. Natalya's job is to, like, she's the gatekeeper. She puts people through their paces and tells you where their shortfalls are, if they're good enough, if they can hang, all that kind of stuff. And then you'd get a detailed report back from that. I'd be like, right, Natalya, break it. How bad is she, Natalya? She'd be like, right, here we go. I'd be like, oh, God, what have I got to work with, Natalya? And then she'd give me the breakdown, and, you know, maybe then I'd have a conversation with Vince going, listen, she really needs to be in NXT. I'm not saying Natalya said it, not me. Not me. It was Natalya that said it. I'm just passing word on from Natalya. She said she's got to be in it. I don't know. I said I thought she was all right on the main roster, but I'm just passing on the message. Dinesh said maybe Roman is facing someone else at WrestleMania, not Cody or The Rock. Maybe it's Cody versus Rock. Winner faces Roman, and then the match ends in a DQ. Big Time. Hello, Big Time. Big Time says Grand Slam. Baxter, are you like a Becky fan? I've never thought about this. Big Time Baxter. You like channeling your inner Becky? Are you blonde? Are you not blonde? Ginger? Are you ginger? Are you showing solidarity? Do you reckon all gingers call themselves Big Time? I like that. Do you reckon all gingers call themselves the man? Hope so. Big Time Baxter says Grand Slam is at 7.4 thousand tickets for this Wednesday. They pushed an extra 1.7 after dropping ticket prices from $40.50 to just $15. What? They dropped ticket prices from $40 to $50 to $15. If people catch on, just wait for prices. Is this a future problem for AEW? Don't know. Don't know. Because I've got to think in WWE's history, they've done that as well. I don't think it's a problem if the product is hot. So, I mean, what that suggests is that the product is just a bit lukewarm. And so they're struggling to shift the tickets. So they've had to kind of drop the price down to entice people, right? If you've got a product that's hot, well, then more of those 40, 50 pound tickets will just sell, won't they? So then you won't even have to drop the price. And I think if you've got a product that's hot that people really don't want to miss, then that idea of like, oh, we need to get tickets. Like, yeah, it might drop, but we got to get tickets because it might also sell out. So, no, I don't think it'll be a problem going forwards. Don't think it'll be a problem going forward just because it will be a problem if the product doesn't get hotter. If the product stays kind of where it's at, then yes, it could get a problem in the long term because people then might think, well, still got tickets. And now I think you can look to see how many have sold. So now people have got an idea, a better idea of how many have sold and how many are left. You know, it wasn't that long ago and even now for like concerts and things, you go onto tickets, it's always last ones remaining, isn't it? It's always not many left. And you're like, oh God, what do I do? They're never telling the truth, but it's just a technique they use to sell tickets. Whereas now, like, because of social media and different accounts and different people looking at stuff, I think people have got a much better idea of how many tickets have sold, how many tickets are left, all that kind of stuff. So, like, I think if you was to look and the tickets were selling quite well, then, you know, there may not be a drop. There may be no drop because the business is doing well and tickets are selling. If it's slow, then yeah, this could be a problem because people could be like, nah, just wait. But do you know what? Everything's a problem when the business is slow, to be honest. Everything's a problem because I've got to think you sell less merch. I've got to think you sell less video games. I've got to think that it's going to be harder to negotiate new TV deals. So everything becomes a problem when the business is a bit slow and stagnant. You need something to catch fire. You need something to really get people excited. And then your tickets will fly and, you know, it won't be a problem then. That's fun, though. Fun. I stole the nickname after Becky after she trademarked the man gimmick, says Big Time. Lee said, I think AEW has big problems regarding tickets. I read that last week's Dynamite only sold 2,700 in a 17,000 arena. Yeah, one thing I will just say on this, though, is that WWE have got a very rich history of that kind of performance as well. I do feel a bit of sympathy with AEW for this because I think that you can have money, but having money is not guaranteed sign of success. You know, look at Paris Saint-Germain, who's a football club in France, who have got so much money. They went and got the likes of, Messi, Neymar. They went and purchased Mbappe. They went and got like a great team of players behind Donnarumma and all these great players. But they still couldn't win the Champions League. They still couldn't get like, they were winning their own league. But I mean, in all fairness, that's not hard. But the one they really wanted, the prize they really wanted, they couldn't get it. Like, having money is one thing, but making that money work for you is it's difficult. It's hard. So Tony's got money, but what he doesn't have is like endless amounts of star power. We said, like, if he wants to improve his women's division, who does he go and get? Who is out there for him to give a boost to his women's division? You can certainly point at Mercedes. And maybe you could have pointed at Naomi, at Trinity, and said she would have been of benefit. But you are struggling after that. I mean, maybe you put a stupid amount in front of AJ Lee. You know, maybe if you had Mercedes, Naomi, AJ Lee, Britt Baker, like maybe if the division looked like that, maybe. But it doesn't look like that, and it's not for a lack of money. So it shows how hard it can be. And I think as well, you know, you're constantly touring. You've been going for a few years now. I think that initial euphoria, that initial honeymoon period, long ended. You've got WWE touring around as well. Like in America, there's a fair bit of wrestling. You got Impacts, you got local promotions. You know, I know Tommy Toy Travels goes to Beyond Wrestling. So you've got like Beyond, you've got the NWA, you've got little local shows, you got WWE. I mean, you are so well served for wrestling. I mean, wrestling is, you know, it's just an ever-present thing in America. I would imagine every state has got something wrestling related going on, like, you know, all the time somewhere. That's not quite the case over here. There are like little promotions that go around, but they're only little local things that attract very small numbers. We don't have that big WWE like promotion going around the country. We don't have like that happening. That's why when WWE come over, like we go banana, because like that's exciting for us. And when AEW come over, like, yes, please, thank you. Here's Wembley and here's a load of ticket sales. Like, we get excited for it because we don't have that promotion based here that's kind of serving all of those wrestling fans. And we've got a lot of wrestling fans in the UK, of course. We're a good market for WWE. So I do feel sorry for them because, like, they've done the loop. People have seen the stars. And so now, really, the only thing that's going to get some of them people coming back, or the masses coming back, is big, juicy storylines. And that is easier said than done, you know? That side of it can be tricky. And certainly when you've got injuries like Danielson keeps having, and backstage drama like CM Punk kept having, and suspensions and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's hard. And you've got limited star power anyway. You know, we ain't got loads of big names out there that we can go and get. So, I don't know. It's hard. It is hard. I do feel sympathy for them. It is. It's hard. It's a hard slog. Could they be doing better? Sure. But you could look at it and say they could be doing worse as well. They could have gone, couldn't they? Already could have folded. Could have been dead already. So yeah, there's a bit of sympathy that I've got there for them. I mean, I'm very interested to see where it goes. Very interested to see where it goes. You know, at what point does it just not become sustainable? I don't think we're anywhere near that point. But at what point does that happen? Because if this, at the moment, it's holding at the 850. What if it dips down into the 700s? What if Collision never picks up? What if Rampage stays where it is? You know, what if like Dynamite really gets like goes down? But saying that, look, Impact gets like 300,000 views or whatever, and that seems to be in fine health. Like, even if it really drops and sinks and loses its current TV deals and ends up on a smaller platform, there's still no guarantee that AEW would actually go anywhere. How big of a promotion it's going to be, that's what we're watching at the moment. So it is very interesting. It is interesting watching and observing. But yeah, I do feel a bit sorry for him, to be honest. Hard. Big Time said Meltzer has said that when number one is doing well, it's hard for everyone else. There's room, but WWE is satisfying people's need. That's a really good point. I think that being the like anti WWE was very much their MO, wasn't it? They positioned themselves in that place, and we said they didn't have to do that. But they did go with that kind of, where it's a war and blah, blah, blah. And WWE played their part as well in that. But the problem is that, if WWE's a bit rubbish, people will be like, yeah, AEW's way better. AEW, I'd much rather watch that. But when WWE's killing it with the bloodline and everything, as you say, like they are now getting like satisfied. Their wrestling for the week is sorted. So again, that does make it harder. The business side of it, I mean, you can really dig into it and spend quite a bit of time on that. Daniel said AEW had 2 big stars in Jade and Wardlow. One is gone and the other, I'm sure, is just a matter of time. James said Impact rocks. Logan said, I think WWE is going to have Drew versus Roman feuds again because on YouTube, they uploaded Bloodline versus Drew full feuds. Logan, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dudes. Really appreciate the support. Mitchell, hello, said, I saw something about Ronda returning for UFC 300. Have you heard anything? But only Dana saying no, that it wasn't going to happen. Where did you see it, Mitchell? I'd be interested to know the source that you saw that from. I mean, there is rumor out there, and Dana absolutely could be lying. Absolutely could be lying. But I am not expecting it just because we don't do it, but it is UFC 300. It is UFC 300. There could be an exception that gets made for that show. And if she wants to come back and we just find her like some really low down local talent, and it's literally just a bit of a special star power Ronda Rousey boost, maybe to get the WWE taste out of her mouth and to show how bad she actually is and get in there and get a win against like some local small regional talent. You ain't putting her in there with anyone near the top of the cards. She'd get murdered. The women's MMA scene has drastically moved past Ronda Rousey now. She's a Hall of Famer. She's an absolute Hall of Famer. She's a pioneer. She doesn't really get the respect that she deserves for what she's done for women's sports. She's, a big time, massive Hall of Famer, deserves her flowers. But we have to be realistic in saying she would struggle now against the current crop of women's fighters. She would really, she wouldn't struggle. She would lose. As simple as that. She would lose. So, but maybe they could bring in like a regional talent. Just said, Days, I think at WrestleMania 40, it should be a triple threat with Rock, Cody, and Roman. Daniel said, what Dragon will show up? Dragon Lee, will he come after Dom? Dragon Lee, the Dom. Well, Dragon Lee has been in a bit of a feud with... Where's this Dragon news come from? I don't know. Dragon Lee's been in a feud with... he was screwed by Dom, actually. Dragon Lee was screwed over by Dominik with a fast count, wasn't he? So maybe Dragon Lee could be on Raw to, interfere with, Dominik's match and now screw Dominik over. So, yeah, maybe we get that. Dragon Lee's an interesting one. He's a good talent, but I just don't know. Those kind of masked high flyers, those kind of masked, luchadors, there's a very short list of those that have made it in WWE. Rey Mysterio clearly being at the top of that list, but there's a much longer list of ones that have tried and failed than those that tried and succeeded. And at the moment, Dragon Lee, to me, I'm struggling to see him kicking on and becoming like a big star. So if he is on the show tonight, we'll see what he does. He certainly is a talent, and he was obviously good outside of WWE. I just don't think WWE is a great environment for those wrestlers. You think about Lince Dorado, you think about Gran Metalik, you can Kalisto struggled as well. You can kind of go through a list. Axiom is not, doing great things down in NXT. Axiom has some all right matches and, pretty good matches. I'm struggling to see him going on to be, he feels like another Ricochet. And I think Dragon Lee feels like he might be another Ricochet as well. I think part of the problem is a lot of these that come in masks are Mexican and their English is a bit broken. And so it's because their faces are covered, you're missing out on the facial expressions, or you're only getting a little bit of facial expression. Ray's mask actually is brilliant for that because you can see quite a bit of Ray's face. So when he's hurting, you can see that he's hurting. So like Ray's mask was very good for that. But like Axiom's mask is no good for that. And so I think like if you've got a mask, it's not going to help you. It's only going to hinder. And then you've also got like your body language has to do a lot more work. Your body language has to get across your emotions a lot better. And so I think that's a barrier. I think the broken English is a barrier. And then some just maybe don't have the most, charismatic of personalities anyway. If they were that charismatic, if they had a great look and they were really charismatic, would they need to have the mask in the first place? Don't know. It's a fair question because on some occasions, that's why they've got the mask. And so like because that becomes their identity to make up for the lack of having a personality. And so sometimes you can, and I'm not saying that's Dragon Lee, but I'm just saying that this is why you can see those types of wrestlers struggling in WWE sometimes. Most of the time. Let me correct myself. Most of the time. Sin Cara. Look at Sin Cara. I mean, that just didn't go anywhere, did it? And there was a lot of promise there as well. So, yeah, a lot of the times these things sadly fall short. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Dragon Lee, I can't say I'm like jumping out of my seat. It's a long way down from The Rock, isn't it? We get a surprise appearance from The Rock on Friday, and on Monday it's a surprise appearance from Dragon Lee. It's going to be good, guys. Shut up. Shut up. Gerald said, thoughts on who you think is next from AEW to WWE? I would say Wardlow or Powerhouse Hobbs. Yeah, Wardlow would probably be the pick, yeah. Feels like he's pretty unhappy with how he's being used. I know that they were interested in him. I read an article quite a while ago, actually, that WWE were interested in Wardlow. That was when he was like the manager, not the manager, the bodyguards of MJF. So, like, yeah, there was reports doing the rounds then. So there's been a long-standing interest in Wardlow. Things have cooled on him, but to be honest, I think if you've seen what you wanted to see, it doesn't really matter how he's being used. It's the skills, it's the promo, it's the look, it's the presentation idea, the creative ideas that have kind of come into your head. Doesn't really matter how they're booking him. Doesn't matter that he's not getting onto TV. You should have seen what you needed to see. You judge him on the promos, you judge him on the in-ring, you judge him on what character you would like to use them for. And then you go, right, that's the person I want. As long as you don't hear that they're a douche backstage and that they're all right to work with and all that, or there's nothing that comes out that's like skeletons in the closet, then yeah, it should be a case that even if they're not being used like Wardlow isn't at the moment, or I don't think he is, then you should still be looking to make those moves. But we don't really know what's happening with recruitment with Endeavor. I don't know what their policy is. I don't know if we're looking to add people or if there's just a bit of an employment freeze at the moment. I mean, we have literally just let go. Like, I think it was over 100 people at WWE headquarters got let go. A lot of people got let go. The other day, we were talking about the layoffs and all of that. Like, a lot of people sadly got let go. More than I was expecting. So, I don't know. WWE don't ever really care about how things look. Like, so for them to let go 100 people and then go and sign some wrestlers, like, that doesn't bother them at all. That's not that, but they have just let go like over 100 people. So it'll be interesting to see, are we bringing wrestlers in? Are we not doing that at the moment? Are we having to wait for a little bit? We'll find out. I DM'd you an article on X about it. Okay, I'm into that. I'm into articles. Bleacher Report. That's an all right source. Where are they saying it's from? Sadie of Daily Mail spoke to one of the 36-year-old's confidants who said that Rousey is eyeing a comeback at UFC 300. She had a match at SummerSlam. She's looking to wind down her time and her commitments with WWE. Is focusing on potentially making a run and having one last fight in the UFC. Rousey hasn't fought MMA since 2016. Meltzer said that Rousey has a hard out when it comes to her WWE contracts. It should be noted that Ariel Helwani said last month that Rousey was not considering a comeback, and there was no truth to the rumor that she was preparing to return. However, with Nunes retiring and vacating the bantamweight and featherweight titles, perhaps now is the best time for her to make a go. What are you on about? Jim winning the titles? What are you on about? No. Stupid. Stupid. Shut up. Who wrote this? Someone called Doric. Who calls themselves Doric? I ain't listening to nothing from a Doric. If this article was to say she's eyeing a comeback, a one-off match at UFC 300, Ariel Helwani says there's no truth to it, but one of her confidants, and who's that? One of her confidants has said that there is. You'd go, all right, keep an eye on it, right? But then, with Amanda Nunes vacating her bantamweight and featherweight titles, perhaps now is the best time for her return. Oh, yeah, it's going to go really well. It's going to go really, really well, isn't it? That's got success written all over it. 36 years old, coming back, having not fought for 7 years against the current crop of female fighters. She'd be deaded. She would be deaded. Sit down. Sit down, Doric. Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm not expecting it because Dana says no. Ariel Helwani says no. And on the other side is a confidant, right? Who could be flipping? It could be the milkman, right? I have no idea. It could be a load of nothing just to generate an article. So, how much do I trust Doric? How much do we trust Doric? So, yeah, no for me, but one-off match, UFC 300s, either like someone that's just come in from Contender Series or local talent, someone like that, someone making their UFC debut, taking on the Hall of Famer, someone that hasn't competed in 7 years. I mean, 36 years old is, you know, not young in the women's division, but you could get away with it. You could get away with it. But saying that, by the time she fights, she might be like 37. But yeah, I think a one-off little thing, I could vibe with that. But more than that, I'm struggling. Logan said, what do you think WWE is going to do with Nia Jax? Have a wrestle. Definitely. I think she's going to be a wrestler. I did think interviewer or commentator, but I've gone wrestler. No, I think she's going to be like in there with quite a few people. I said on X that like she could go after Chelsea Green, which I would love to see that match. The match I would love to see, but Chelsea's face I would love to see. If I was Chelsea, I would really go OTT. I would start crying. I would try and start crying, right? If Adam Pearce tells me I've got to face Nia Jax, I wouldn't just be horrified. I would be like screaming the place down, pleading with him. I'd be pleading, right? I'd be like trashing the room. I'd be bursting into tears. It'd be the worst. It'd be like telling me I've got to go to prison, right? It would be like that. It'd be like finding out I've been sentenced to like 20 years. Right? That's how I would want to freak out, like finding out you got to face Nia Jax. Because, like, to the casual fans, it looks like you're scared for your life because she's, like, you know, horrific and, like, this monster. But to the smart fans, they will read it as because she botches and she, like, ends careers. So, like, it kind of plays really well to both audiences if she goes OTT with, like, no. Oh my God, no! Oh God! So yeah, I need that. I need that. And if we get that, that alone will make her return successful. But it looks like she's going to have matches with Raquel. I'm sure she'll have a match with Rhea. Chelsea is the one I would love to see. I'm down for the one against Piper Niven. I think her against Piper Niven would be fire, man. I think that'd be really, really great. I've said before, I feel sorry for her because she's no nonsense. Do you know what I mean? She just gets in there and she'll push you around, knock you down, clotheslines, very basic moveset, but it's all about pushing and throwing and like strength, if you will, right? And so if you're going to put her in there with like flipping Kairi Sane, who's tiny, or you're going to put her in there with Candice LeRae, like her skill set is pushing clotheslines, like, you know, throws. Like if she's doing that to a Piper Niven, a Rhea Ripley, a Raquel Rodriguez, like chances are like it's going to be fine. But you put like a Kairi Sane in there, and like, yeah, there's a chance she's going to get injured. There's a chance she's going to get hurt because she's a small woman being chucked around, like, and it's probably going to hurt. And Nia's just not gentle. She's not gentle. It's kind of funny that a lot of like current wrestling fans will look at Nia and lay into her for botching and being dangerous and all this kind of stuff. And it's sort of funny that more people don't look at it and go, yeah, she's cool, isn't she? Oh, she messes them up, man. She chucks people around. She's a monster, you know? You know, like Brock chucks people around and everything. He's cool. But then, like, you've got Nia, she does it, and it's like, you see what she did to Kairi Sane? Like, yeah, because she's a beast, man. She's a monster. She chucks people about. Like, I get that you have to be safe and all that stuff. I get it. And she does need to be more safe. I get it. Don't need you to send in angry letters, right? I get it. But it is cool as well. It is cool. I like her. I'm not like a Nia Jax stan, because what I would say is that I've seen a lot of her matches and they're not barn burners. That would be my criticism, is her presentation. If I was booking Nia Jax, I'd change the music. I would change her entrance gear. I would change pretty much everything about her. I would have her go in there and I'd have her like really turn up the chucking people around. I'd have her like screaming at the camera. I'd have her like really watch what Brock does. I like when Brock's like, all this, you know, like stalk, you know, Brock always circles round the ring like a shark circles round its prey. He does that on purpose. That's part of his presentation. Like, you know, those little touches, those little things that he's doing, they're all, they all add to his aura, you know. When he comes out and he's like arms coming down, the pyro's going up and everything. His music as well, bum, 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 bum. But you just know that someone serious has arrived. As we said, not like most girls. What? What are you on about? Sit down, WWE, you're drunk. It's not like WWE to drop the ball on someone, is it? It's not like WWE to like completely mess up someone. Thinking like, I don't know, say Stardust when they had Cody Rhodes. You know? Look at how much money he's making for him now compared to when he was flipping messing around. They had the son of Dusty Rhodes, and look what they twice. They had two sons of Dusty Rhodes. And look at what they did. So I do think she's been horrifically misused. So this is why I'm giving her a chance, because, and it could be bad again, because they misused her before and they might misuse her again. So it might be bad again. But it might also work out this time, because we do have the game Triple H in charge. And if he can present her correctly, this might be all right, man. Could be all right. Could be a disaster, but it might also be all right. Right, talking of the show, talking of Cody Rhodes, we are starting with Cody. Cody making his way down to the ring. Please welcome the American Nightmare. Right, Cody opening the show. He is taking on Dominik Mysterio. I don't know if this match is straight away. Let's go. Have they still not told us who is being traded? No, don't know, Samantha. Still don't know. Still waiting to find out. Okay, Cody is in the ring. I'm on the way. Ricochet, Shinsuke tonight. Becky Lynch is now the Grand Slam man. There we go. Oh, Becky defends the NXT Women's title tonight. Against who? Tiffany Stratton on Raw. I hope it's someone from NXT. God, that's good. That's good. I am into that. Becky defends the NXT Championship tonight. So, what do you want to talk about? Salt Lake City. That is where we are. What do you want to talk about? Pop music. Nia is going to win that NXT title. Let's go. That's not the worst idea, is it? A lot of people thought she should have gone back to NXT. Here's Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom. So Dirty Dom interrupts him. Cody, just as he was about to talk, this is rude. This is rude. Loud boos for Dirty Dom. Mitchell said, you know it'll be Natalia. Let's go. Let's go. I'm really into that idea of Becky defending on this show. Tell you what, though. Tell you what. At what point are WWE fans going to turn around and say there's too many belts? Because the criticism of AEW was that those Ring of Honor belts were always around. And our response was, there's probably an all right amount of belts for AEW, but what hurts them is they've got all the Ring of Honor belts on their main roster, and we don't do that with WWE. And now here we are with Becky and the women's NXT title on the show tonight. Here's Dominik with the North American title. We are getting to the point where everyone's getting a belt. We are getting to that point. Let us never be accused of double standards. Dominik's in the ring, but I ain't got to flip what is saying. I can't hear him. No, Cody said, did you hear him? I didn't hear him, Cody. I didn't hear him. Tell him what you just said again. Dominik chewing away. Dominik looking out at the crowds. Dominik. He's not going to repeat it. Big night for you. Dom's going to dedicate his victory to Mommy. Going to dedicate his victory to Mommy. Maybe that'll be what defines your relationship. Seems like you're far more into her than she's into you. Does seem that way. Ooh, seems like Mommy has also got eyes for Jey Uso. love it. Family always has each other's back, says Dominik, that turned on his dad. Here is this Mummy? Certainly looks like more judge, or is it going to be Jey? No, Mommy, it's Finn and Damien. Finn and Damien making their way down. Love it. How are boos louder when half the crowd doesn't have their mouths open, said Dark Angel. Mm. 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 They're doing it like that. They can't be bothered to open their mouths. It's too much work in Salt Lake City. You can't do it, can you, with your mouth closed? Never tried. Try it. I bet there's so many people trying it now. Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie. You're all trying to boo with your mouths closed, aren't you? All right. It's all right. I just did it. It's all right. No judge him. No judge him. Sound like a sexy sheep. What if Jade won the NXT title tonight? That would be a way of having it on the main roster and debuting down in NXT. Whoa. Is there a non-compete? What's the dealio? I don't know. Like, my understanding is that she is done with AEW, but can she just go straight to WWE? That would be wild, man. That would be wild. I certainly wouldn't be predicting that. That would be wild. That's some of that sexy out there booking, in it. That's some of that booking out there that is like proper out of the box thinking stuff. Because there's word of her coming in, but her coming in, getting the belt off Becky. I mean, like, Becky losing the belt so soon. No way would I predict that. Jade coming straight into the main roster, but winning the NXT title, you're right, ticks a couple of boxes. So it does make sense, but like, I don't think she could that quick, could she? Could she? Could she? Undercover manager said, Days, we have no tag division to speak of. Name 4 teams to build one around. One you create, one from the outside, one to bring back, one to... Oh, that's too many stipulations. We've got a tag division. I mean, you've got, like, Alpha Academy. There is rumor of, like, DIY coming together. We've got Viking Raiders. We've got Street Profits. You've got LWO, Brawling Brutes, Finn and Damien. Like, there are teams, but, like, it's the same as always. Is there a great number of great teams? You know, is there a load of great teams? Like, is the tag division in like rude health? Like, remember when we had Usos and New Day and Bar, and you know, I think the Hardys had come back, and there was like quite a bit that was happening. We just don't. Yeah, we're a long way from that. We're a long way from that. But AOP are meant to be coming back, aren't they, as well? And I mean, you've only got to look down in NXT where you got the Creed brothers. It's good. Could have had grizzled young veterans if we hadn't have misused them. We hadn't have botched it. Right, Finn and Damien have made their way down to the ring. It's going to be Cody versus Dom Dom. There is Dragon Lee watching on. Oh, he'll be facing Dominik next week on Raw for the NXT North American Championship. So looks like we're doing... that hadn't been announced. So it looks like we're doing NXT title matches on Raw now. Boom. Days, do you like Monday Night Raw or Friday Night SmackDown? Said New York Studios. Hello. I like them both. I always look forward to be honest, the show I look forward to the most is probably Raw, right? The show I think I enjoy more is probably NXT, actually, at the moment. NXT is probably the show I'm enjoying the most out of the WWE offerings. SmackDown, I don't know, just a bit off at the moment for me. I mean, like, obviously the one not on Friday was a bit of an exception. I'd say a big exception. But yeah, like the Bloodline story is just not quite where it's been, as I think a lot of people would agree with that. And we haven't seen Roman in a hot minute. And obviously, you know, Jay's gone and Usos have split up. And what we're doing over there is just maybe not as quite compelling as like Bloodline at its peak. So the reason why I probably look forward to Raw more is only because of the day of the week. It's that was a little bit botchy. Yeah, it's just the day of the week. So you know, on a Saturday we do UFC. On Sunday we don't tend to do anything apart from a little Sunday stream, and then this is start of the week. This kicks everything off, so it's kind of, you know, look forward to this because it's the start of a new week. Cody wins. Cody hits the crossroads. I expected that to be so much longer. That's why I wasn't like calling the action, because I was like, yeah, we've probably got another 10 minutes here. No. Cody cutter, crossroads, Cody wins. Not even time for anyone to get involved. It's got a big week coming up. What I will say is I think SmackDown is going to want to make sure that it doesn't drop the ball, you know? It's had a big week with The Rock. I think this Friday they're going to want a big... Is Kevin Owens coming down? And Sami! So, Judgment Day. Go to attack Cody. Oh, is this going to lead to a six... Is this going to lead to a tag match? This is going to lead to a tag match. Now. Yeah, walk away. Walk away, lads. Walk away. We've been here before. We don't need it again. Yeah, forget them. Forget them, boys. They're not worth it. Go on, get out of there. Go on, lads. Yeah, load of rubbish. Yeah, nah. They're not worthy. That's it. Keep going. Yeah. Yeah. Crowd are booing. I don't know why. I can't imagine they want to see this match again, do they? Cody in the ring. I think Judgment Day is crazy. Tag team match player said WrestleMania. Well, to be honest, it could still happen here. Might not happen now, but it might be one that gets announced for later. But we might have actually dodged the bullet this time. We might have dodged the bullet. Do you know what? That should be an up, because that was a golden opportunity to do a 6-person tag match, and they didn't do it. They deserve praise for that. They deserve praise. Okay, Cody went to walk away. Kevin Owens is in the ring. KO wants to talk. He wants to talk about Jay, doesn't he? He's going to want to talk about Jay. Okay, I mean, I'm into this. I'm into one segment bleeding into another. I'm into them having the opportunity to do a 6-man tag and not doing it. I'm into that. Oh, I'm into that. I see you, WWE. I see you. Triple H, if you're watching, Love you. Did you see Sami's documentary? No, I don't think I did. Is it new? Is it new? Godfather's Ho said, Days rolling that Royal Rumble roster. Jade Cargill will be a surprise entry and win. Build up to Rhea versus Jade, maybe Mania. I predict the winner of this year's men's will be the Boogeyman. R.I.P. Steph's boob job. R.I.P. Steph's boob job. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you. I think that's a brave prediction to have the Boogeyman win the Royal Rumble. Could it happen? Certainly. Certainly. I would be surprised. But then there's a few things happening in wrestling that's been surprising recently. Gerald said that 6-man tag fake out was golden in hindsight. It was, wasn't it? They know what they're doing there, I'm sure. There's no way that you get into that situation and don't pull the trigger on it unless, like, you did it as a little tease or cheeky tease. Like, they've got to know that there's a lot of criticism of those kind of matches. They must be aware of what is being said. They can't just be completely in their own bubble. So yeah, fake out 6-person tag is beautiful. And do you know what? It's so satisfying as well, isn't it? That's satisfying. Like, it was right there for them to do it, and they didn't do it. And I'm so grateful they didn't do it. To me, that made that last segment even better. It's a great open. Jade is at the Performance Center. She is allowed to debut at any time. It could be tonight, but my guess is Tiffany, says Macca Rice. Macca, shout out to you. Big shout out to everyone that's been joining us tonight as we're working our way through the show. 20 minutes have gone already. We've got a conversation between Kevin Owens and Cody when we go back. Guessing it's going to be about Cody bringing Jey over to Raw. Obviously, there was a miscommunication, isn't there, every week, between Jey and Kevin. That super kick last week. So Kevin, I think, he's not Jey's biggest fan anyway, but that certainly didn't help. So let's have a look and see how this is going to go. KO is sat in the ring. Cody, from what I understand, Jey Uso is back on Raw because of you. Yeah, but he did it to Cody as well. Tell me why you thought it was a good idea. So tell me why it was a good idea to bring Jey Uso to Raw. I like that. I like these conversations. Cody says, I've had a lot of roles, I've had a lot of tasks. My job is to make these people happy. You guys like Jey Uso, don't you? And there's a big cheer. There's a guy sat there dressed as Hogan. Brave. It's brave. 2023. That's brave. He's one of the best in the world. He deserves a second chance. Bloodline are now down a member. So Cody said, look, Bloodline are down a member. Jey's one of the best in the world. He deserves a second chance. Sami is going to stick up for Jey as well here. You take a bit more time to warm to people. Maybe I'm the opposite and I trust people too quickly. I know Jey Uso. I've been through a lot with Jey Uso. You don't have to give him a second chance, but I think you should. You've given me a second chance. I've given you a second chance. I don't mind this chat. I just don't know where it's going to go. AO says, I see where this is going. I don't. God, good, because I don't. You want... Okay. I'll pretend that Jey didn't cost you, he didn't cost you, and he didn't cost me about 5 times. You want me to trust Jey Uso? I can't do that. But I trust both of you. But I hope you're right. So he can't trust Jey. That segment ended. Just ended. It didn't really build to anything. It just built to Kevin Owens going, well, I can't trust Jey. Bye. I can't. You can trust him, but I can't. And then he was off. Oh. This is an after-school special segment, said Zoom. I don't mind segments like that where we actually start to explore some conversations between baby faces. I mean, quite often we'll watch a face in the ring, a heel will come out, something along those lines. So actually seeing like conversations and a problem trying to be worked out amongst baby faces, I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. That one, though, I mean, maybe it leads us to some better segments. That one just felt very much like a bridge. Felt like it was just to get us somewhere, you know? I mean, I suppose it has set the table now for Jey to be tested and to potentially let us down. Because we're all trusting him as well, aren't we? We're all trusting him. He might let us down as well. Don't let us down, Jey. I like that segment, so let him in. KO can talk, said Scottish Nightmare. Days, who's got better mic skills? Best mic skills. Who is the best on the mic? Well, I think there's a few. I mean, it would be hard to not say Paul Heyman. Feel like Paul Heyman's probably top of the tree. Obviously, LA Knight's doing some good stuff. He's very confident. I really like Sami when he gets going. I think Sami can do comedy. I think he can do that serious stuff. You know, I've watched, obviously, with him being in the Bloodline, a lot of Sami. I think Sami is very, very good. I'm trying to think if there's a female. I'm trying to think if there's... Bailey's okay. Becky, I find Becky a bit hit and miss on the mic. Bailey's okay. Rhea's all right. Rhea's all right. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find anyone that's kind of up there with Paul Heyman. I think Paul Heyman, if I had to pick one, would be my one. We're moving on to Raquel Rodriguez now. We're moving on to New Day. Kofi. Right, Kofi Kingston making his way down to the ring. I don't know who he's facing. I don't remember this match being announced. Kofi. That must have hurt Rhea, says Leo. Miz is underrated, said Cursed One. Nia Jax injured 2 people in her return, said Wisp. Let's go. Gerald said, best promo for me in no order. Cody, Knight, Zayn, Owens, Reigns, Jay is getting there. It's boring day, said Mitchell. Boring day. It's a boring day. Yes, it is. It's a boring day. Yes, he is. If those aren't legit injuries, is that really what you want as her first storyline? I don't care. I don't care what people say. Like, I don't think WWE care either. Like, the people on the internet that just cry about her injuring people, like, it's just noise on the internet. WWE really doesn't pay that any attention. So, you know, if Nia came back and, like, hurt both Rhea and Raquel, like, when did we lose the fact that that's, like, stopped being cool? I don't understand. If the story is going to be that she's come back and she's injured Rhea Ripley, mommy, and she's come back and she's injured like Raquel Rodriguez, like, doesn't that send the message across that she's, like, a force? She's a force. She's right up there with those guys. Instead, now on Twitter, you get people going, oh, see, she's come back, she's injured. Yeah, she's a beast. That's why. She's the modern day Bertha Faye. That's why. She's going to come round your house and mess you up as well. I'm going to get some Nia Jax merch. I'm just going to flood Twitter with just me posing with Nia Jax merch. Just me out, like, in the countryside with, like, a Nia Jax shirt on like this. Looking out into the distance as well. just to see how it plays. Just to see how it plays. Do they sell Nia Jax merch? I'm not like most girls. Please lose that song. Please. Please, Triple H. If you do just one thing. Superstars. Is she even on here? Yes. Let's go. Reduced as well. It's so popular that they're selling so many of these guys that they've knocked the price down. It's so popular, they've thought, wow, if it's selling this well at $29.99, imagine how well it's going to sell if we knock it down to $19.99. We'll basically just be a company that survives on Nia Jax shirt sales. That's what we'll be. So it says here that there are 72 items. Oh, hang on though. You can filter it down to look. Well, I would look at 72 different Nia Jax items. The problem is there's only one. So there we go. If you are a Nia Jax stan, should I have a look in the clearance section, actually? Shouldn't have done that, should I? Look, now I'm all sad. Now I'm all kinds of sad. This is in the clearance section. They haven't knocked it down much, have they? $8. belts. Oh, NXT tag title 305. Oh, that's quite nice. Oh, cheeky UK championship. I see ya. I see ya. Oh. Anyone want a hat with a Bianca Belair ponytail attached to it? Now's your chance. Okay, we are back. Although I am still looking. Who's he facing? Viking Raiders. What's this? What the flip's this? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, man, look at that. What did they make that for? You can get a Hulk Hogan foam finger? Oh, man, what's that? Where they got that in 2023? I wonder if that is based on the ones they used to have in, like, the 80s and 90s. It looks like it. Foam fingers? When did they go out of fashion, man? Foam fingers? I used to have, I can't remember which one I had. I had a foam finger. I can't remember who it was, though. I think, was it Undertaker? They did a foam urn. And I think I might have had a Razor Ramon one as well. Okay. Oh, so is Eric injured? Okay, so Kofi and Xavier did rock, paper, scissors to decide. Okay, so Kofi versus Ivar. This match needs to be on Wrestle Dream. It's flipping dream match right here, isn't it? Dream match. Dream match. Kofi versus Ivar. Days, if Becky's Open Challenge is main event, there's a 60% chance it will be Jade. If not, it'll be Tiffany. If Becky's Open Challenge is main event, and you bring out Jade Cargill, how many people are going to know who she is? Like, without being disrespectful, like, how many people watch WWE and AEW? Like, we know that this show tends to get like 1.7 million. Dynamite gets about 800,000, 850. And Jade's not on like every week. A lot of her title defenses have been on to Rampage, you know, stuff like that. House shows as well. So I don't know. I don't think Jade Cargill's as big a star as what people think she is. There could be crickets. If you bring Jade Cargill out, like, during the middle of the show and you want to put her over as like, oh my God, do you know who this is? This is the hottest free agent. And what, you want to do that? Would you bring her out in the main event? I wouldn't. I wouldn't bring her out in the main event. To me, she's someone that needs building. She's a future prospect. I don't think she's someone that you could bring into a main event and have like people go like crazy. Could be wrong. I could be wrong. Down goes Ivar. Becky's challenger will be Jade, but it'll be Cora Jade, said Hawkins Jr. So, second match is Kofi against Ivar. I realized WWE never not did Karrion Roman. I remember a backstage segment between the Usos and Karrion said, when I come after Roman, and I will, it'll be on my terms. Yep. They really have dropped the ball a little bit with Karrion. It's been a little underwhelming, hasn't it? Watch it be Natalia, said Broken Dreams. Daniel said this is match of the year. Big splash on the outside. I think this was meant to be. Look at that. Let's go. I'm here for that energy. Yes. So Ivar splashing Kofi on the outside. Bang! Look at that. That is beautiful. Bang! Let's go. Who will Becky drop the title to? Who does Dirty Dom drop the title to? I think Becky drops it to either Lyra Valkyria or Blair Davenport. That's my prediction. And if I've got to go with one, then Lyra Valkyria. Who does Dom drop it to? Tricky, because there's a lot. I mean, at the moment, it's Mustafa Ali, it's Dragon Lee. But, I mean, it could easily be a Tyler Bate. Could easily be a Tyler Bate. It could easily be Axiom, Nathan Frazier. It could be a few. That one's tricky. There's a lot of guys that are not quite ready to be NXT champ, but could get that mid-card title. You know, so that one's harder. It's harder. This match is better than half the card of Grand Slam, said Travis. Yeah, I forgot about that. Grand Slam this week, innit? I did forget about that. Let's go. I'm quite excited for it. I think there is some good-looking matches on that card. Definitely enough for me to get excited about. So, yeah, we'll look forward to that on Wednesday. That's the problem with the main stars having NXT belts, says Michael. Now you mention it, I could see Nathan Frazier, says Gerald. Please 200 said, I've read on X that Becky will face Natalia today. It was meant to be Tegan Nox, but got scrapped. Randy said, is AEW the most popular indie? Well, what makes an indie? What would make an indie? What would warrant something being classed as an indie? Can you be an... I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. What warrants something being an indie? Because what can you say stops WWE being an indie? What parameter makes AEW an indie but not WWE? Would you make the argument that an indie is something that doesn't have like network television? You know? Could it be that it's that's kind of the parameter I've always operated on? Like, that's why Impact isn't an indie for me. But I think Ring of Honor, I don't know where that was being shown. Ring of Honor felt like King of the Indies. This is where someone will be like, well, actually, it was on a such and such channel. But to me, like, I didn't have visibility to it in this country. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. What classes, what makes something an indie? That is the parameter I would use. Like TV. So I would say AEW is not an indie. I'd be interested to know other people's parameters. Cody versus Dom should have been for the NXT title. Cody would have the belt now. Oh. Okay, side slam there by Ivar. Okay, Ivar going up. How long? With 42 minutes. That's gone by quite quick. Splash coming in. I want to see about the Does that mean Ring of Honor's not indie now because they're backed by AEW? Well, no, because they're still not on network TV, are they? The only way that you can watch Ring of Honor would be through Ring of Honor Club. So even though they are owned by AEW, their promotion is not on TV. You know, NXT, when it was just on the WWE network, that had a strong indie feel. It's a good question. Because for some people, they would say, no, now it's got AEW money. How can you be an independent? How can you be an indie promotion if you've got AEW money? And that, I think, is a very fair argument. That's a very fair argument. Becky Lynch is defending the NXT Women's title tonight. She is. Maybe indie is not enough money to make a living. Full-time wrestlers only. Kofi was looking for the win, but couldn't find it. James said, I haven't watched ROH in over a month. Really? For me, I always look as indie, meaning they support themselves. They don't have a network backer and they're not on national TV. I would agree with that. So I suppose Ring of Honor now would be excluded then because they are being backed. But I mean, that's quite a few parameters, isn't it? So they can't have network TV and they can't be... But then saying that, Ring of Honor was backed by like Sinclair. So, I mean, they had backers before. But I would say that AEW is not an indie. Shoulder up there by Kofi. Do you know what? This is a pretty good match, man. This is a pretty good match. I think these two know that people maybe aren't that thrilled by this lineup. There's not really much to this. So they've just gone out there and they're cooking. They're cooking, man. Kofi chants. I mean, there was a beautiful sit-down powerbomb there by Ivar. The splash to the outside was great. Big kick there by Ivar. 1, 2, kick out by Kofi. Oh, man, nah, this is good. Yeah, this is good. You got to give it props. Look at that kick. And I love the reactions from Valhalla. Valhalla on the outside, just looking really, like, off, like, frustrated, really, like... Ivar got his hands out, arms out. I wish this match meant something. Charging over. Oh, my God, he collides into Kofi in the corner. Kofi is down. Ivar is climbing up. Is he going to do a splash? He's on the middle rope. The big man on the middle rope. He could be... Turnaround. Valhalla's like turnaround. Turnarounds. So he is turning around. Is he going to do a moonsault? The big man's going up top. He's going to do a moonsault. Oh, my God. This has got to be... It took too long. Oh, it connects. Moonsault. 1, 2, 3. No way should he have kicked out of that. No way should he have kicked out of that. You built up that move that much, and he hits it. And Kofi kicks out. No. Come on, man. You just had an absolute monster deliver a moonsault and Kofi survives. Ah, silly WWE. It's a great match. It's a great moment. The crowd are really behind Kofi. It's like flipping Kofi Mania's rejoined. That's a sick spot though, innit? Not a fan of the kick out, but that's a sick spot. I thought it took too long and that Kofi was going to move. When he hits it, how much more punishment can Kofi Kingston take? Kofi up top. Ivar looking for a suplex. This would be a good win for Ivar. I'm rooting for Ivar here. Sunset flip. Kofi back in the corner. Kofi Mania is underrated, said Joss. Kofi trying to get back up to his feet. Trouble in Paradise connects. 1, 2, 3. Amazing match. I really, really wish the match had ended with that Ivar moonsault. One Trouble in Paradise puts Ivar away. Dang, look at that. Wow. Do you know what? With the right booking, Ivar could be... And I really think having Valhalla with him as well was added to it. Seeing her reactions. She really added to it. For a nothing match that we had low expectations on going. Dream match. That delivered. It did definitely deliver. I feel like my life is better for seeing that match. Kofi. Look at Valhalla's face. Okay, we're going to Shinsuke now. Want to play game, Shinsuke? Let's have a world title match. Na, na, na. Uh, 375 should have ended with the moonsault. But Kevin said, do you notice he only answers questions if you donate money? Oh, Kevin, you haven't been here long, have you, mate? Wrestle Andy said, WCW only lasted 13 years. ECW only lasted 9. AEW is almost at the half-decade mark. Here's Ricochet. Any final comments? So we're going to the Nakamura Ricochet match. He attacked me last week, says Ricochet. But you need to know that will only fire me up. If it's games you want to play, then go ahead and play them. But tonight, it's game over. That's Miro's finisher. Miro is going to return, confirmed. Here's Shinsuke. Can I say, what was the point in calling Indy Hartwell up? Should have kept her in NXT as the champ. What do you think? I think that it's been a bit unfortunate. I think that there could have been some plans that have fallen through because Johnny picked up an injury. I don't know that we called her up and didn't have anything for her. I think there probably was some plans, and, you know, don't forget, when she got, I think as well, the plans to call her up were in place before she picked up an injury. When she got called up, her leg was in a, not a cast, but like a brace. So I think she's been dealing with an injury. I think Johnny's been dealing with an injury. I don't know what's been going on with Candice as well. Tommaso's been out injured. I think, you know, there's just a lot, I think, that's been going on there. So I would say it was because I can't remember. Did she forfeit the title because she got called up, or did she forfeit the title? Oh, hello, Adam Pearce coming out. Adam Pearce saying to Seth, Adam Pearce preventing Seth, and he goes running down to the ring. So Seth chasing after Nakamura. Shinsuke is in Seth's head. There's a lot of security guards just keeping Seth Rollins back. Nakamura in the ring. Nakamura saying to Seth, come on. Come on. So Nakamura in the ring is beckoning Seth to get into the ring with him. Commercial break. Raw has been awful so far, says People's Wrestling Channel. Chat, welcome to the dumbest comments. William, shout out to you. He messed up Shinsuke's music. That sucks. The biggest question is, why was Odyssey Jones called up? That's a good question, because I'm not aware of an injury there. So I wonder if, like, there's... I mean, I'm going to give it a little bit of benefit of the doubt. I wonder if there was a little bit of, we want to use him because we like him. We just want to go through some, like, plans with him. Like, sometimes what you find is that what they're doing in NXT isn't quite the character they want them. I'm not saying this is the case, but sometimes the character they are down in NXT is not quite the character they want them to be on the main roster. So it means they have to go through this change of creative, new graphics, new kind of entrance stuff. And, you know, whilst that's happening, then you are having to wait for the next window for them to be able to get you going and start the feud and everything. Thinking, like, do you remember when Karrion came up and there was no Scarlet and he was wearing that mask and he looked a little different? Like, you do sometimes see those little changes. No, you know, it's not always that they come up and they're completely different, but sometimes you do see those little changes. I wonder if, like, Odyssey is someone that they're looking to just do something with, and they're just spending a bit of time getting it sorted and then waiting for the opportunity. I agree, though. I mean, it's been long enough now. You would have expected us to have got the ball rolling, but yeah, nothing yet. AJG said, what do you make of Karrion's faction situation? It's gone quiet, isn't it? I mean, he teased this a few weeks ago. There's been no follow-up on it. So that's what I make of it. Like, if it's going to happen, great, but it just seems to have... They do this. They say something or tease something, and then they just drop it. Like, the Karrion thing, they said it, they teased it, and then it's gone. They dropped it. So, like, frustrating. I'd say frustrating. So I think Dexter should be with him. Karrion can talk for him. Joe Gacy might not be bad, says AJG. Yeah. What would it? I mean, Karrion would be the leader. I think you then put a tag team with them, or two singles guys that can be a tag team. So you'd put them in, and then you'd put someone that can, like, be underneath Karrion's wing. Someone that can maybe go after a mid-card title and can learn from Karrion. So Karrion would be the leader, a second in command, and a tag team. That's what I would look at if I was putting that group together. So, like, AOP don't feel like the worst of fits. You could put AOP kind of in that group. I actually think the Dyad going with Karrion would be brilliant. I mean, I think Grizzled Young Veterans, Dyads, are a great tag team, and I think them being with Karrion and having Karrion as a leader, and then them doing his dirty work for him, in a way they would be his Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci. Like, that would have worked. I think they have gone. I mean, could you imagine if that's what they've gone off to do? I mean, they've gone from NXT. Imagine if they haven't left WWE and they do actually pop up in his faction. That would be sick. That would be so good, because I really like them. And I think they would fit quite well. Here's Ricochet So we are back to Raw. Yeah, but like, yeah, teasing these things then. I mean, like the JD McDonough thing got teased, and then we didn't do anything with that for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And there's a few other examples of where we've teased them and then just, you know, ended up dropping it. The whole Judgment Day thing splitting up. We had that for a hot minute, and that stopped. Where's Rick Boogs as well? He was around for a hot minute, and now he's disappeared. Unless he's picked up an injury. I thought Grizzled Young Veterans were done with WWE, said Oblongbox. Well, their contracts are meant to be up in October, I believe, which is why it's been reported that they are done and that's it. But I don't know. I haven't heard that they are 100% out and they're done and it's all over. It probably is. It probably is. I wouldn't get too excited about them coming to the main roster. But I would love it if they do. Because I do like them. I think they're I think they work really well as a team. They're a good tag team. Right, Nakamura is back in the corner. WrestleMania said, do you remember Ricochet won the SmackDown World Cup? Took him to that next level, didn't it? Off he went. Nakamura kicking Ricochet in the face. We're almost done with the first hour. James said, I think Cross has been given some time off for Bray's passing. He and Scarlett have been working on some outside of WWE. Michael said, Nia Jax injured Rick Boogs. Let's go. She's a monster. Nia's going to get paid back by Jade, said Thomas. Mitchell said, didn't Shane win the World Cup? It was Shane McMahon, Shinsuke, and Messi. Those are the three that have won the World Cup. Ricochet is down at the moment. Michael, shout out to you. Ever Bless said, breaking news, I just got this from Twitter. Von Wagner is going to have head surgery. What does that mean? Like, actually have head surgery? Is that why they've written him off the show? Because he's actually having head surgery? Or is that just being tied into the storyline? 1, 2, foot on the rope. Zoom Station said, this ain't no cheap shot, but Ricochet should have broke clean. Days, what was your favorite personalized belt? Oh, I like that. Mine is the 24/7 belt. 24/7 belt. Rated R spinner title, the eco-friendly. What happened to the 24/7? Should they return to the eco belt? Well, the 24/7 got thrown in the bin by Nikki Cross after she beat Dana Brooke. So it got binned. So that's dead. And what's my favorite one? I don't know if it counts, but I'll say Andre the Giants. Andre the Giants. Does that count? They made a belt for Andre if he won at WrestleMania 3, and I genuinely love how it looks. I think it's a great looking belt. I think it looks great. And it's known as the Andre 87. Because of it being like 1987 that they had the match WrestleMania 3. So had he have beaten Hogan, they knew that the belt was not going to be big enough to put around Andre's waist. So to make it seem like Andre winning was definitely a possibility, they had a new belt made that was bigger, but it wasn't the same design. It was a different design, and it was called the Andre 87. And if you got the Elite 100 figure, Andre, it came with that belt. You got the Mattel figure and you got the Andre 87. Now, of course, he didn't win the title, so we never got that belt, but it was made for him. It was made for him. It would have been it doesn't have like But then saying that, the Eco belt doesn't have anything on it apart from the side belts. That's Daniel Bryan, right? I suppose with The Rock, you've got the bull on it. And with Stone Cold, you've got like the smoking skulls. So they're a little bit more personalized, if you will. But this was still a belt that was made for Andre. So I think that might be my pick, you know, because I just love it. I think it's a beautiful looking belt, a great looking title. It would have looked really great around his waist as well. So I like that one. That would probably be my top pick. But I got a soft spot for the Brahma Bull belt. Smoking Skull's pretty cool. I think it works. Rated R, I could probably leave. Like, I'm not a fan of the spinner. So an offshoot of the spinner doesn't really do it for me. Eco belt was okay. It's a nice idea. Beans belt was okay. Nice idea. What other ones have there been? They've done a lot of those custom ones, haven't they? Gerald said, what belt do people not like that you do? For me, I really like the overall Divas belt design. I just think the era and name of it gave it a bad rep. The butterfly, it was called the butterfly belt, the Divas one, wasn't it? Because I think it had like butterfly wings. It said Divas. Which one do I like that other people don't like? I don't know. I think most people like most belts, don't they? It's quite, I mean, I don't think there's much love for the 24/7 belt. I don't know that there is any belt that I like that others don't like, because by and large, people just like belts, and they just seem to like all belts. So I would struggle to name a belt that I like that other people don't like. I am thinking. I'm going through them in my head. Ricochet going up, moonsault to the outsides. It's a good question, that is, Gerald. That's a thinker. It's a thinker, that is. Let's go, Monday Night Raw. Yeah! Let's go, Monday Night Raw. Do you know what I might go with? I might go with the Saudi belt, you know, the one that they gave to Braun Strowman when he won the Greatest Royal Rumble. I actually thought you could have kept that. Thought you could have kept it. It was a green strap, and it looked, you know, quite Saudi inspired. I mean, I don't know that I saw a lot of love for that, but I actually thought that that could have been a belt that could have been defended just on the Saudi shows. The Saudi Championship, or whatever it was called. I don't think it ever actually got a name. But it was the belt that he won for winning the Greatest Royal Rumble. So I don't think there was much love for that. But I think that you could, I thought the belt looked all right, and I thought you could have used it on the shows going forwards. Other than that, I think it's really hard, because I think most belts get love. The white IC was classy. I think people love that. I don't think I've seen too many people saying they don't like the white IC. It was classy. I agree. Better than the one we've got now, I think. Any spinabout just comes across like a toy, said DeBosa. Well, I mean, famously, that's why it was seen as such a success, because they sold so many toy replicas of it. You know, the fact it like spun, they did like great sales of that belt, like the toy replicas. So yeah, that was a big success for that reason. Everbless said, do you think since the news came out that Von is going to be out for like 6 or 4 months? I don't know what the truth is. I mean, he did not get hit with those ring steps. He did not get injured in that segment. So if they are saying that he is going off to have surgery now, then my reading of that would be it's either because there is an issue, a real issue that he's just got, and he needs to go and get it sorted, and we've tried to find a way of writing him off TV, or it's just storyline and that there is no actual surgery taking place. So without knowing what the truth is there, without knowing why we're doing it, what this is it real? Is it storyline? It's hard to put a time frame as to how long he's going to be away for. But those ring steps didn't connect with his head. That turning, having the screen go black and everything, that was a creative decision. So I think, it might be an excuse for a real injury, though. He might be actually injured. He might be actually hurt. Not because of that, but just we know that since he's been young, he's had issues. But it would be so strange for us to spend so long focusing on his youth and, his kind of surgery he had to have as a kid. And now all of a sudden he's actually got to go in for surgery. Like, that would be such a coincidence. I'm thinking it's probably a storyline. I'm thinking it's probably that WWE are going to run with this as a story, which would make me think that he's not going to be out of action very long if it's a story. If it's a story, he'll find a way of getting back quite quick, I think. Braun should have been on the main roster already, said Daniel. Gerald said, whatever the case, I wish Von all the best. Thomas, shout out to you, said he's listening whilst watching Browns versus Steelers. Let's go, you Cowboys. Yeah. Against the ropes goes Ricochet. Back elbow. Down goes Nakamura. We've had over 1,000 votes on that poll, which is amazing. 1,000 votes. Will Roman break Hulk Hogan's records? Now, in order to do that, he's got to have the belt in over 12 months' time. And at the moment, 65% of people have said yes, he will. He will still have the belt in over 12 months' time. There we go. You're going to have to acknowledge him a little bit longer. Nakamura with a knee strike. Kick coming in there by Ricochet. Nakamura goes back to the middle of the ring. Crossbody. Man, that crossbody. Nakamura was like looking at Ricochet and he was already starting to bend backwards. It was like, by the time I think they actually make connection, Nakamura's pretty much on the floor anyway. Kick out by Nakamura there. I mean, if it is a kick out, there's really not much to it, is there? Look at Nakamura there. By the time he hits him, he's already down on the ground. So, does he get his shoulder up? Does he even get his shoulder up? So, Shinsuke on the outsides. Coming round. Look. Oh. Step up Inseguri by Ricochet. Nakamura is over by the timekeeper's area. Ricochet getting back up. We're only about 18 minutes away from the halftime score. Super kick by Ricochet. Chair is down. Ricochet has got that chair. And he wallops Nakamura with the steel chair. Ricochet gets DQ'd. Interesting. Kick coming in there by Nakamura. Would we be getting a heel Ricochet? That was kind of a heel thing to do, using a steel chair. I know that Nakamura was going to use it first. Kinshasa, back of the heads. So Nakamura wins by DQ. Michael Cole said, I don't think Nakamura had much desire to win this match. He didn't really go for covers. He just wanted to punish Ricochet. And right now, Nakamura is going to wallop Ricochet's... He's smashing Ricochet's leg with that chair. Ricochet's leg wrapped around the ring posts. And here's Seth. Seth comes to Ricochet's aid. Count up, onto a chair in the ring. Seth planted onto a steel chair, and it was his back that hit the chair as well. And commentators really putting over the fact that Seth's back obviously is not in a great place. So right now, again, we've got a load of security guards trying to separate Seth and Nakamura. Ah! Oh, man. Seth getting rammed into the commentary table and planted on top of the commentary table. I hope Nakamura wins this world title. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Nakamura grabbed a giant face of Seth that someone had as a sign, and he grabbed it and he held it in front of him, and he was like... That's great. That'll be a meme, and it deserves to be a meme. Oh, let's go. He should go backstage now and start snuggling up to Becky and see if she notices. Oh, hey, baby. Hey, Becky. Let's go home, baby. That's good. That's good. Fun little moment. Did you know the timekeeper is Tugboat's son? I did not know that, no. The timekeeper's Tugboat's son. Man, I just want to see this picture. It's God, come on. Come on, X. Why are you waiting so long? Where's all these pictures? You can't tell me that wasn't funny. That was hilarious. That's phenomenal, said Gerald. Next week, I hope Seth and Nakamura both beat up Ricochet. Identity thief is not a joke. Nakamura just stole Seth's identity. Oh, it's good. It's good. Guys, I've got a picture of... do you want to see a picture of Seth Rollins? Got a picture of Seth Rollins. It's just a picture of Seth, that's all. That's Seth off this week's Raw. He looks good, doesn't he? He looks good. He's started to wear ring gear like Shinsuke. Looks good, serious. And his head's a little bit bigger, but, you know, he's channeling his inner J.D. McDonough. Funko Pop Seth. Let's go. Fun. Nakamura, I'm liking this, said Dean. This is probably the best Shinsuke we've ever got. Noah said, I'm going to be peeved when Seth just beats him clean again. Oh, no. How can Shinsuke do anything better than what he's doing right now? This was... this is great stuff from Shinsuke. He's having fun, and it's really showing. I loved it. I thought it was really fun. Right, we're going back. Mitchell said, Seth looks like he's got a big head nowadays. He is getting a big head. You're absolutely right. You called it. First premium live. Oh, there's big rumors they're going to be in. We didn't even talk about that, but there are big rumors they're going to be announcing a big Australian show. Apparently tomorrow. Word on the street for next year. So if you're in Australia, WWE might be coming your way. The Bay is going to be hosting Royal Rumble. Hey, Florida, are you ready to rumble? January 27th. Tampa. Tropicana Fields. That's where we're kicking off the road to WrestleMania. WrestleMania 40, baby. I don't like what WWE is doing with Shinsuke. They're making him look like a joke and watering down the moveset, said Wrestling Fan. Daniel said, my dog, Nick Chubb, just got hurt. I'm praying for him. That's one badass running back did a lot of favor for us. Oh, I thought you meant your actual dog. I was so sad then. I thought you meant your actual pet. I was like, I love the fact you've got a surname for your pet. My dog, Nick Chubb, just got hurt. So sorry. I hope everything's going to be okay. I didn't know that he was a flipping running back. Okay, here's Seth. He's backstage. Seth's on his hands and knees. Look like a dog. Oh, he's got the ref in a headlock. They've gone to medical facility. Yay! Medical facility for Seth Rollins. The fan Shin took the sign from. Feared for his life. Tony, come. Tony, come. Tony, come. Na, 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 na. Last week, Shayna went one-on-one with Chelsea Green. Let's take a look. So we're just looking at what happened last week. Chelsea Green against Shayna Baszler. Oh, I'm such a stan for Chelsea Green now. I want to see her this week. I want to see her every week. Shayna pushing Piper Niven. I wonder what will happen when Sonya comes back. Albright said, hashtag fire Vince. Why does it seem to hate Rollins as champ when he's trying to be a champ? Who seems to care about defending it? Can babyfaces be champions? People want faces chasing heels. I think babyfaces can be champions, but also there's sometimes where, you know, just someone will come along that you've been waiting for them to get an opportunity and to get a chance. And that's Shinsuke. I've been waiting for Shinsuke to get this push. Now it's here. Tell you what else is here. Chelsea Green. Blah, blah, blah. Brian. Friendship makes a real team. Yep. We're not friends. Bestie. What country am I from? England, Ireland. Florida. Florida. England, Ireland. Byron said it's actually Scotland. She goes, I know it is, Brian. Scotland! I meant to say Scotland! Come back, Piper! Did that hurt anyone? No. They're a fun little interaction. It's fine. Fine. Here's Shayna Baszler. Is this a tag match? I don't know what I'm watching. England, Ireland, Florida. Talking about how Shayna Baszler got rid of Ronda Rousey. So here comes Zoe Stark. So I'm guessing it is going to be Shayna and Zoe versus Chelsea and Piper. Let's go. She's doing the PC next week on Wednesday for the start of training. No joke. Joke. Florida a country now. Right. Shayna, Zoe versus Chelsea. I've got a black screen. Everyone else got a black screen. I've got a black screen. Oh, think it's coming back? Coming back? On its way back. Coach Coat said, after a long day, there's nothing better than going to the bathroom and going pee. It alleviates your spirits. Coach Co, shout out to you, my friend. Peeing when you need to is great. It is goated. Here's Chelsea then. Chelsea and Piper. Chelsea Green. Michael Cole says, hang on. You're upset that she didn't know Piper was not Scottish because she's wearing Titan when she said that Florida was a country. Okay, so into the ring goes Chelsea. Piper, we got Zoe and Shayna waiting. We're about to get underway. We are 5 minutes away from halftime scores. Halftime scores coming up, baby. Chelsea Green. I live for the day that Chelsea goes back to NXT. She is bland and boring, said Officer Cluster Nuts. Leo said Chelsea is currently the most entertaining female superstar in WWE. Chris said Chelsea is hot. Zoom Stage said Chelsea Green. People's Channel said the one and only good thing about this match is Piper being super hot. Let's go. Let's go. It's about time that Piper got some stands. About time Piper got her flowers. Okay, Zoe is in there with Chelsea. The submission magician is in there right now. Bang. Days, hope you well. Have you ordered a copy yet? No, not yet, Sonny. Not yet. Have you put a link in the chat? How many sales are you up to? I know you was up to 9 the other day. Are you still at 9? Have you sold any more? Guys, if you are after a poetry book, if you are looking to be emotionally moved, if you want to look at the world in a different perspective, what's it called? What's it called again, Sonny? It's like The Journey Within, isn't it? Travel Within. Something like that. Gerald said, my new Forbidden Door match is Green versus Tony Storm. Thoughts Within. I was close. There you go. Thoughts Within, a collection. Pornography. Right, Chelsea going for the cover. Daniel said it's a possibility that Punk could return. Vince never says never. He said he wouldn't with Warrior and he brought him back. He said he wouldn't with Hogan and he brought him back. And he has brought people back, says Daniel. Boomers said Chelsea Green's manager is still Robert Stone. Kieran said John Cena is supposed to be at Crown Jewel. Browns are leading 11-10. Let's go. Spoiler. Shoulder up by Zoe Stark. So Piper, love that. Shoulder breaker. Don't see that too often now. She's in. She just grabbed Zoe Stark, picked her up, and Zoe was like, she actually made that noise as well. There's not enough squealing. There needs to be more squealing in wrestling. Against the ropes goes Chelsea. Kick coming in there on Zoe. Step up in Zaguri. Sonny said, I've sold 10 copies. I'm hoping to reach my goal of 20 copies. Hey, well, 10 copies is good. That's really good. It's really good. If I was to write a flipping book, I wouldn't be able to sell 10 copies. What would I write a book about? I don't know. Slam there by Piper Niven. Piper looking to get into the ring. Nia Jax! Yeah! Mess her up, Nia! Mess her up! Oh, look at that. Piper goes into the ring steps. Yeah! Mess them all up. Yeah, injure her. Oh, Samoan drop. Injure her. Injure her. Ah, look at that. Ah, a boost. I needed this. Chelsea gets thrown across the ring. Ah, with a hip attack. Hip attack as well. Boom. Collides into her old partner. They used to be tag partners. Wow. Nia Jax is just... She's going to bonsai drop again. Bonsai! Nia... Hey, Yokozuna was part of the Anoa'i family. Oh, bonsai! Sum up, Nia! Can you not love someone that has, like, Twitter crying its eyes out? How can you not love this person? Social media enemy number one, Nia Jax in the wrestling world. Well, maybe not quite, but she's certainly in the running. She's certainly in the running. Why are you trolling? I'm not trolling. Messing them up, man. She's come in. She's smashed them all. Piper's injured. She's grabbing her head. She's throwing up. There won't be a women's division. It'll just be Nia. It's like when you put all them rats in a pit and there's only one rat left. She's going to be king of the rats. And by rats, I mean women. What time to be alive. We're backstage with Chad. Gunter won. I can't just slide you back in. You got to earn your way. Oh, here's Bronson Reed. You can't suplex me, says Bronson. Do whatever I want, says Chad. I'll do what I want. Okay, match coming up next. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby cakes. Chad, Gable, Bronson, Reed. Yes, Bronson. They should show Nia Jax get arrested and book like Becky did. Yeah, man, that might be kind of cool. 103 million views. The Rock's return on SmackDown received over 103 million views. It's the most socially viewed video of the year. I mean, that's one of those kind of videos. That's not like just YouTube, is it? That's across like all their platforms. You smell. The Rock. Oh, they're just putting some quotes up. The Rock makes epic return to SmackDown after 4 years. That dude looks like he's crying. I've never saw that. I didn't see that. They're just. I'm not talking about young. I'm talking about like a guy in his 50s. Right, they're just showing the Rock segment from Friday. Chad really has come a long way, said Daniel, from where he was so long ago now, being in the mid-cards. Oh, God. Do you know what? It's a long, long time ago that we were faffing around with Shorty G. Remember that? Shorty G. Dark days, man. Dark days. Mitchell said, what's your halftime score? I'm going to go 6 to 6.5. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. Have to see. We haven't done halftime scores, have we? Can't go shouting out halftime scores when we ain't done halftime scores. What's this? What are we doing now? We need to get to commercial break, which I think is probably going to be after this segment. Play the music. We can't. Well, I'm not there. I'm not there. But can you uncensor my other accounts? Maybe, maybe not. Uncensoring accounts is genuinely very difficult to do, because if you think about all the accounts that have been hidden over the years, it must be thousands and thousands over the years, and I only seem to have visibility of about 200, and I don't know why. I don't know if they're just ones that are from like recently or something like that. I don't know if they're just like, I don't know. But I've had people ask me before, oh, can you unblock me? Like, I think it was a mistake, or I was spamming, but I've learnt my lesson, you know, that stuff. And I have looked, and they're not there. It's, I don't know. I don't know how you get to some of them. Here's Chad's. Otis doesn't. What's up with Otis? I think he's all right. Did he bump into the door when he came out or something? Chad came out. Otis looks like a bit drunk or something. I'm keeping an eye on Otis. He seemed to like, I don't know what he was doing when Chad first came out, but Chad came out, did the thank you stuff. In the background, it looked like Otis had like bumped into the, you know, where you walk round. Maybe he was just doing a bit of a putting his head round, just like, here I am type thing. But like Maxine like kind of led him out. And then as he was walking, he was like, I don't know, like it just seemed a bit, keeping an eye on Otis. Keeping an eye on Otis. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Trini says we only hide or block people who cross the line that are either racist or homophobic. I mean, literally no jokes there. Those people are right to be blocked. We don't block people for spam. Well, it could be true. It could be that I'm being lied to and deceived. But I know that there are people that have been blocked in the past because of constant spam. I think if you was to like spam like once, you'll probably get timed out. Which, you know, I think that's fair. No one wants like a load of like spam in the chat. But if you was to keep doing it, then I think we have been down those roads before where people have been blocked. I have no doubt that I could be getting lied to. No doubt. But it's hard for me to know. And honestly, I think if I was to come to the mods and go like, oh, do you remember this person? Someone might be like, yeah, I remember that person. But equally, they might not. So I don't know. We don't really have a very robust system in place for like the review side of things. What I would say is try not to get blocked. That's the best advice I can provide. Try to not get blocked. Try your hardest to not get blocked. Right, let's do... Have you seen Friends? Yeah. Who's your favourite character? I always like Chandler. From best to worst, it's the best comedy show. What about you? I would take Frasier over it. And I'd take Only Fools and Horses over it. From best to worst... Chandler, I think, is the best. But Chandler only works with other characters, doesn't he? I think Rachel's up there. I think Phoebe and Ross are the weakest. I think Ross is the weakest. Nah, Phoebe's the weakest. Phoebe's weakest, then Ross, then Joey. Then Rachel, then Monica, then Chandler. Monica can be quite funny at times. She can be funny. She's got an interesting character. I think if I was to watch a show and it was just Rachel and Chandler, that would be a bit... I don't know. But I could watch a show that was Monica and Chandler, and they actually got together. So a spin-off show with them two could have been good. Could have been good. Could have done it. Instead, they did Joey, and that bombed. Right, people putting in their scores. We've got Jey Uso popping up on screen. Smurfy says 8. Scott says 6. Steven says 6. Mitchell said, I'm going to try this again. What's your score? 6 to 6.5. Here's Damian Priest. Damian Priest is confronting Jay here. I'm going to ask you for a favor. I'm looking at you. I want main event Jey Uso. That's more than a favor, isn't it? That makes them relatives. What we've got is something special. If you're willing, and if you want, we can be the family you've been looking for. That's not a favor. Oh, don't make me look bad in front of my family. Okay. So he said, look, just don't make me look bad. Yes or no, just don't make me look bad. I need an answer by the end of the night. Why didn't we flipping use this at the start? Like, as a little thing, and then Jey could spend the whole episode trying to weigh it over. Why have we dropped this in with like an hour and 15 minutes to go? By the end of the night, by the end of the show, I need an answer. And also, I'm sorry that I'm coming to you with this 1 hour, 42 minutes into the show. I could have come to you earlier. Yes, it is true. Should I have approached you at the start of the show? Yeah, I probably should have. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Right, well, we need an answer by the end of the show, aka 1 hour 15. Don't make me look bad, bay. Halftime scores. Halftime scores. Yeah. It's got to be in it. It's got to be like in the 6 to 6.5 range. It's not a bad show. Some of the in-ring has been really fun. We all loved Nia's moment. Brilliant. I thought the opening bit was all right, quite good. You know, kind of add into that story. Now we've got another little kind of part of the story. It's just missing that big epic thing. It doesn't have it, does it? It does. You know, you've got lots of little like. Rhea seems to like Jey. Jey's no one likes him. Judgment Day are trying to recruit him. So you've got a whole thing going on, but it's like it's not quite the same, is it? He's Chad's going for suplex back elbow. But I think the in-ring has been really strong tonight. I mean, that Ivar Kofi match, I know it wasn't perfect. For me, like the way it ended wasn't quite right, but it was fun. It was definitely fun. And they get extra points for teasing the 6-person tag match that never happens. They get extra points for that. And for keeping Cody Dominik mercifully short. Because that could have just gone on and on and on. Right, we've got Chad in the corner. Nothing's been good, and Raw has been trash. Is Chad Gable a new wrestler? Is Chad Gable a new wrestler? What does that mean? What do you mean? Bronson in control. What is killing Raw's rating, said Dinesh. What's killing it? Football? Football's killing it. Shot to the midsection there by Chad. And again, driving Bronson back. Shot coming in there by Bronson. Chad's on his feet. Knocks into Bronson. Uppercut coming in. Swing and a miss. There was another match that was all right earlier that I was quite into. Oh, there was some all right moments in Shinsuke Ricochet. Shinsuke Ricochet had some good action. But yeah, Kofi Ivar was really fun. Onto the top goes Chad. Bronson collides into Chad. That was an interesting camera angle. That was an interesting. We were like right there as he got thrown onto the top, and then we were there as he got knocked to the outside. We don't normally have that camera angle. I'm just looking at the replay. Look at that. You're right there as he gets thrown into the corner, and you're right there as he gets knocked into the barricades. They've done that on purpose. I think they're trying to find ways of like presenting Bronson Reed as being a bit of a monster. If it works, we could start using that in Nia matches. Make her look like a monster. Days, who the hell is Chad Gable? Oh, you know Chad Gable is related to Otis. Daniel said, Endeavor and Ariel is watching the ratings hard. If they don't produce, they're going to tell Vince, we're going to have to get more involved. Vince don't like that, but it will happen, says Daniel. Trini, do you remember a while ago when I blocked you? I'm sorry. Trini got blocked. WrestleMania said, do you think Cora Jade will win the title if it is her tonight? I mean, I don't think so, because they're using Becky to bump the numbers, aren't they? So are they only bumping it for like a couple of weeks? The week where she said, I'll see you next week, and then the week where she won the title? Like, is that it? Or are we going to get a bit more out of Becky? Because I feel like we're probably going to get a bit more out of Becky. So I'm not expecting whoever the mystery person is tonight, I'm not expecting them to win. I just think that they're trying to, like we're seeing with Dragon Lee competing for the NXT North American title next week. I think it's just a showcase. You see, I think it would make sense, and I really hope it is. I think it would make sense that it would be an NXT talent. Why not use like a small part of Raw to showcase an NXT talent and help try and get some of them over a bit more? So if someone does want to check out NXT, it's not just a load of people they've not heard of. There's, obviously Mustafa Ali down there, Baron Corbin down there, Becky's there at the moment. And, I remember that Tiffany Stratton girl. I know her. Or whoever it is. I think that would be pretty fun. That'd be a good way of doing it. But we have heard earlier of a few names mentioned as to who it could be, and they weren't NXT talents. I think I know who it is. Do you want to know? No, thank you. WrestleMania said, I wonder if the Tiffany promo mentioning Becky was an accident and the whole story was booked from the fly. I think it was on purpose. I think it was on purpose. Because I remember praising that episode because they interviewed her about it like backstage on the same show. And I was like, man, that's crazy that she's slipped up in the ring. It's caused a bit of online kerfuffle. And now they're doing a backstage interview talking and showing on screen Becky's response. Like, it was either planned or they ran with it very quickly, like all on the same episode. I reckon it was planned. I reckon the slip up and everything was planned. Which is so clever. Such a nothing little moment, which you might not even like talk about, might not even mention it. But because she said like she was going to defend that NXT title proudly, I think, was it like, I'm going to be an even better NXT champ? I think that's what she said. I'm going to be an even better NXT champ than Bayley and Charlotte and Becky. And everyone, well, not everyone, but like people were like, Becky never won it. Good, it's clever, it's good. I've got nothing but praise for it. God bless them. Gable climbing up top. Gable with a headbutt. Stop doing the headbutt. Chad Gable. Stop doing it. Don't understand. Bronson Reed collides into Chad Gable. Oh, goes for like a senton, but knees up there by Chad. Knees up by Chad. Chad's round the back of Bronson, looking for the German. Trying to pick up Bronson. No joy. Bronson. Oh! Goes backwards. Drags Chad over to the corner. Bronson going up top. Big splash. Oh, my God. 2, 3. Bronson beats Chad. I thought Chad was winning that so that he could get back to Gunther. Bronson beat Chad? I am shocked. I am shocked. That is a big win for Bronson. Chad pushed Gunther really far. I mean, if Chad had won the Intercontinental belt, he would have just lost it. Wow. I love that result. I love that result. That was a bit of a nothing match, you know, that just kind of got put together that you go, yeah, Chad will win this. No, he didn't. Here's Tommaso. Patience isn't a virtue, it's a crutch. Giovanni will tap again tonight. Is Tommaso going to be the one that beats Gunther? Imperium, you didn't choose me. I chose you. Gunther. Gunther, you have what I want. Oh my God. Is it going to be Tommaso? I think it is, you know. I think it is. Do you know what? The IC title picture just completely changed in the space of 2 minutes. Chad Gable loses, and he was already told backstage, you know, you did lose. You need to get some wins to get back. You need to earn your way back. Well, he just lost. And then you've got Tommaso telling Gunther, you've got what I want. Unless he's talking about Ginny. He could be talking about Ginny. That's a good Ciampa promo. Ciampa wants Goldie. He's a Triple H guy, said Gerald. Tommaso will lose this feud, and then it'll lead to Johnny coming in for the save, and then dethroning Gunther eventually. Brony said, do you remember Ciampa versus Gunther down in NXT TakeOver? You gave that 5 stars. Yeah, I do. Do remember, yeah. And that was a banger. That was so hard hitting. That was so hard hitting. I do remember that, man. I didn't remember it until you just mentioned it. But yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. But it's just Gunther in it. Just has bangers with everyone. There is... She's got a shirt. Right, she's got the old Grand Slam. There's Akira. Goes to fist bump. Bang! She gives him a fist bump. Yeah! She's got a shirt. What does the shirt say? NXT Bex. NX Bex. NX Bex. MBEX X. MBEX T. MBEX T. MBEX T. MBEX T. MBEX T. MBEX T. Is it? It is. T. Ah. Good. That's good. NXT. Well done. Well done to the WWE marketing department. Well done. I've not seen that shirt. I've not seen that shirt. If she's wearing it, they're selling it. So let's have a little look, shall we? And there's a new Gunther shirt as well. And a new Ricochet shirt. There's the Gunther one. There's the Ricochet one. Phone covers. Bastards. It's a weird Bret Hart one, isn't it? They've just literally slapped a photo on the front of it. Bit weird. Signed items, signed items. Is that Grayson Waller? Just a SummerSlam shirt. EO. Oh, Undertaker. Look at that Undertaker one. Retro, man. Retro. Retro Stone Cold as well. Retro Shawn? Is that Retro Shawn? Retro Rock. Retro Stone Colds. Retro Undertaker. They're cool. Where's Becky? Where's Big Time? Big Time. Bink. Bink. No, it's not on here, you know. What am I on? I'm on WWE Shop. When they've still got the When Life Give You Lemons shirt, but they haven't got a new shirt. MBXT? Where's the MBXT shirt? On WWE, you cowards. Fan favorites. Sleepwear. Sleepwear. No? Wow. That is seemingly a glimpse into the future. We're being treated to a shirt that's not even available. What? Why would they do that? Why would they have a shirt on TV and show it on TV, and then you go to buy it? Not that I would buy it, but you would go to have a look for it, and it's not there. I tell you what, since Endeavour took over, this company's gone down the Swanee. It's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. What a mess. Wouldn't have been like this wouldn't have been like this last week. Oh, that might be it, though. They did let go 100 people. You know what I mean? Maybe the person that makes sure that what's on TV is on the shopper got let go. Just saying. Just saying. It's all slowly falling apart, innit? Right, we are backstage with KO and Sami. Arguing away. Here's Jey. If you got something to say it to my face. I think you're with Judgment Day, and if you're not now, I think you will be, KO says to Jey. Can we all just take a deep breath? Seriously, deep breath, please. Everyone, come on. Pile it down, come on. I don't care if you join Judgment Day. It makes no difference to me. I'm out of here. I'm done. We don't have a match. But listen. He needs time, says Sami. Chill. Stuff tonight. I don't know what's going on. But it seems like you've got a decision to make tonight. Good luck with that, says Sami. Seems like you've got a decision to make tonight. Good luck with that. He ain't joining Judgment Day. Unless he's joining them for a little bit. And then there's going to be like internal strife. But he ain't joining Judgment Day. Come on. Come on. Do you think Becky is the best female wrestler at the Four Horsewomen? That's difficult. That's difficult. I mean, I really like Bayley. I don't know. They all bring us something a little different, don't they? Who is the best? I think Becky might have the best connection with the fans. And she has had some great matches. But I think I found Bayley more entertaining. I think Bayley has been funnier. But I think Becky's been in bigger moments. Charlotte's been the most successful, but not that anyone was asking for that. There weren't too many people campaigning for that. But she's brilliant. I mean, actually, in ring, Charlotte is great. Very athletic. You got to give her flowers. Everyone's getting their flowers these days. Bex, that's a nice shirt, isn't it? I like that shirt. Don't get too attached to it, guys. Don't get too attached. The man has come around to Salt Lake City. And the man is the new NXT Women's Champ. Winning this wasn't on my bingo card. You have to take the chances and opportunities whilst you can. Yeah, Grand Slam champ. Although that is pretty nice. I didn't want to just win this or that, but that is pretty nice. I want to elevate this title to heights it's never been before. NXT represents the future of this business. That's why she should defend it against someone from NXT. I want to test myself against the very best the future has to offer. So what? Here's Natalya. I'll be at NXT tomorrow. Tonight is a night for someone new. Tonight is a night for someone new. I don't mind this. It's a bit like John Cena US Open Challenge, isn't it? Come on, then someone new. Oh, someone new's picking away. Becky, with all due respect, no woman has worked her ass off more than me. She's got new gear. I've been sitting backstage waiting patiently. I don't remember seeing this gear before. I got nothing but respect for you, Natty. Going back to when we were wrestling in Japan as teenagers. Is it for someone new, Natty? This is an opportunity for someone new. You went down to NXT and you stepped on those women that were waiting patiently for their chance. So they're going to use that as the angle for this. Natty pushes Becky. Fine. She's all fired up now. Okay, fine. I accept. You better ring that bell. Wade Barrett said, as soon as the open challenge was issued, I knew that it would be a veteran like Natalya that would answer it. Michael Cole had no time to say anything then. So he just very quickly had to go, can she win the title? They must have said, like, you got 2 seconds. Can she win the title? And we went to commercial break. Can she win the title? Can she? We need a Ginger Witch chant. Let's go. You need a Ginger Witch chant every week. Is this a heel turn for Natty? She's definitely the female Big Shows. Well, where's Cora Jade, says Corey. Well, I mean, I don't know what we're doing with Cora Jade, to be honest. I mean, she did pack her stuff up, didn't she, in NXT? But then we also saw the Creed brothers kind of making out like they had lost a loser leaves NXT match and they didn't leave. So I don't know what the word on the street is about Cora Jade. But I expect Becky to get past Natalya. I don't know that Becky's defending the title tomorrow. If she does, I expect her to get past that. So she could do another open challenge next week. Maybe next week's going to be Cora Jade. Maybe next week's going to be Tegan. I don't mind doing this. I really don't mind. I think Becky should defend this. One of the big criticism that she's faced is that she's gone down and took a title away from women that should be fighting over it rather than her. So she can sort of repay that by just giving out loads of opportunity. Because if she loses it, what does it matter? It don't matter, does it? It's not like she ain't got anything else or any other opportunities coming her way soon. She's almost certain to be on WrestleMania. Like, they'll find a place on the card for her. So just defend it. Defend it, defend it, defend it. Just keep defending it. Give loads of people an opportunity to shine and just have some banging matches and just treat it like John Cena's US Open Challenge, but only this time you do it on Raw and NXT. Just defend, defend, defend. Different people. Low-level talent. Xia Li, Tegan Nox, Lyra Valkyria, Tiffany Stratton, Blair Davenport, Emma. Just defend, defend, defend. Could be good. I mean, some of those might not turn out to be that great, but you might get the odd match in there where you go, man, do you know what? Xia Li can go, man. Xia Li can go. Be worth a little look. Oblong said, people only shine when they get wins over her. It's just wrestling, hiring, getting beat isn't a shine moment. No, I disagree. I think you can look good in defeat. I don't think that you only look good with a victory. You can like push someone to their limit and look great. I mean, like Sheamus looked fantastic against Gunther. Clash at the Castle. Got a standing ovation, people going crazy after. Regarded as like one of the matches of the year. That was great. I don't agree with that wins and losses don't matter. I believe they do. But I think that you can, you know, again, there was loads of people that came out of that US Open challenge we've seen that look really good as well. I think if you go in there and you have a banging match, a really close, hard-fought contest, I think, like, it can do quite a bit for you. Natalya is not the oldest woman. Trish is. Natty could have been a much bigger star. She was too good in her prime. None of the divas could hang with her. That's true. Becky needs to defend her title against the other women in NXT. Natty was trained by Bret Hart and that family. Apparently, Tegan Box isn't good enough for a shot. Well, I don't know. I think it was meant to be Tegan Box. But I don't know if there was an injury there or if there was, I don't know. I've got to think there must have been some sort of reason as to why we've not had that. Shot coming in by Natalya. I tweeted you a ringside collectibles tweet. James, thank you. Bray Wyatt, Mattel update. Mattel just announced we've had to adjust 2 waves of upcoming figures due to the unfortunate passing of WWE superstar Bray Wyatt. We'll be offering the performers' family some space at this time. But in partnership with WWE, we look forward to celebrating this amazing superstar and his legacy in future lines to come. Bray will be removed from the following waves: WWE Elite Collection Greatest Hits 3 and WWE Ultimate Edition Wave 20. I can't quite picture those figures, to be honest. I would have to have a look to see what they were meant to be. Greatest Hits 3 would suggest it's a figure that's been out before anyway. So I don't know that that's something that's... yeah. So that's an old, like, Eater of Worlds Bray. The Ultimate Edition's a bit of a shame. Ultimate Edition. Shoulder up. Oh, yeah. That was the one where it was the pitch black match. And, yeah, that's a shame. I've got it. This one. So this is the one that's been cancelled now. That's a shame. We've never had that before. But you've got to say, like, fair play. I mean, they want to give the family a little bit of space, and I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. So I'm sure we'll get it again in the future, but... James, thank you. That's interesting. And Becky gets the pin on Natalya. I don't think Natalya ever had a chance there. So Big Time gets a big time win. Not really, but I just wanted to say it. NXT. So Becky retains, holds up that NXT championship. Backstage there is Dragon Lee. Here's Dominik. We know these two are going to have a match next week. You didn't punish Nia Jax for last week. Instead, you're here chatting to this guy, Dragon Lee. Next week, I will remain North American champ. Dragon Lee will be leaving Raw, the new NXT North American champion. Okay, Dragon Lee against Dirty Dominik Mysterio. That is next week. They did announce that earlier. So just a little segment to build that up. Right. Oh, Imperium? The Ring General? Is this the Ring General? Or is it? No. Ah, it's just the rubbish too. It's not the proper one. So Tommaso Ciampa taking on Right, let's go. Let's go. We're up to match 7. Giovanni Vinci versus Ciampa. I think what's caught my attention probably most is the Tommaso Ciampa thing. I think the IC title picture looks a little bit different following this show. Definitely feels like Ciampa is positioning himself as being next. I'm next. Rach Mine said, dang, that pitch black Bray figure was awesome. I'm sure it'll still come out. Just not yet. UFC will cancel NXT in 2 years. Watch, says Mr. Cardinal. I don't think UFC wants NXT. It's why we're getting these matches. I think the same. I think Dana White has decided get rid of NXT. Get rid of it. Gone. Pointless. Bin it off. Is Jey Uso wrestling tonight? Yes. Zoom Station said Vinci has got enough oil to open a Jiffy Lube. Mystic Mist said Giovanni and Ludwig were the tag champs and introduce new tag belts. Dragon Lee versus Dominik for the NXT North American Championship next week. Yes. Is your mom a fan of poetry? Would she be interested? My mom is not a fan of poetry. My mom is not a cultured woman. I don't want to paint a bad picture of my mom. She's an idiot. Right? She wouldn't know poetry if it came and slapped her in the face. None of my family are book readers, to be honest. Like, I don't even know if anyone's a book reader in this day and age. You know what I mean? In this day and age, just watch TikToks and just wait for death. That's all it is. That's what life is. Life is just watching TikTok and just waiting to die. That's my life. And I think it's my family's life as well. We just sit around looking at our devices, watching Instagram reels, and just going, is anyone dead yet? That's it. That's what it's like in my house. So no, there's no room for culture. Scottish Nightmare said UFC aren't in charge of WWE. Oh, that could be a stumbling block. They are both owned by a third party. James said, did you see Wembley and London said all in about 72,000 through the gates? We touched on it. My life is watching TV and sleeping, says Dean. Oh, I do that as well, by the way. And also watch TikTok and wait to die. Honestly, quite often I'll be like, Mum, have you died? She'll be like, no, I'm still here. And I'll be like, oh, good. When's dinner? What are we having for dinner? What's a book? Said Amy Jo. It's a good question. It's a good question. I did see one once. I think it had Bret Hart on the cover. But other than that, I'm lost. Sonny said, my poetry would fit well in your household. I've got some dark, depressing ones in there that you might like. Now we're talking. I don't want cheering up. I want dragging down even further. Sounds like it could be up my street. Trini said, I don't have Twitter or TikTok. Okay, well, do you know what? You're a better person than me. Right, here's Tommaso Ciampa. He's about to make his way down to the ring. I would not mind this guy as IC champ. The only thing is, there's been rumors that it might be him and Johnny Gargano as a tag team, DIY. We saw him as a team in NXT. So if he is going to be in a tag team, then he ain't going to have the IC title, is he? So either those plans have changed or he ain't winning. But I think that we've got to take the title off Gunther soon. Because this record's just getting longer and longer. Giovanni Vinci. Ludwig on the outside. This should be a very physical matchup, says Michael Cole. I could use a Becky banana split like back in the day, said Q the Light Knight. Can someone tell me, is Jey Uso wrestling tonight, says Ramona? Yes, he is facing off with Drew McIntyre in maybe our main event. I'm not aware of anything else. It's already 20 minutes past. We might have time to squeeze one more match in after this. But I would imagine Jey, Drew at this point will probably be the main event. They may have announced it earlier as the main event. I didn't see. Again, is this a strong enough show? Like, is this a strong enough show to bounce back from the 1.3? There's nothing here that is like panic, is there? Is there anything here that we're looking at that's like seemingly in a response to last week's 1.3 million views? There's Gunther with his new shirts. He's got his new shirt on. I don't think I want Gunther in his own merch. Don't know. You don't see Cody wearing his shirt, but then saying that, he wears his flipping weight belt and you can buy that. So. Okay, we are underway. This show hasn't been good, says Mitchell. Drew versus Jey is main event. They did say it. DeBosa said, I'm watching this stream and waiting for death. It's coming. It's getting close. I'm watching this Raw and waiting for death. Nah, it's not been that bad. I mean, like, there's only, 35 minutes left? I mean, it's not like we've been sat here going, geez, when's this going to end? Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you can get the odd Raw where it does feel a little bit like water torture. You know, listen, WWE, they produce a lot of content. You're not going to hit the mark every time. That's fine. It's all right. This has been okay. It's been okay. Tommaso shaking the ropes, doing his Ultimate Warrior impression. Mitchell said, Cody legit has merch on his neck. Can you buy those? Do they sell those? Slap on like tattoos? Probably do. I don't know if I... Did I know? Do I know? Do they? Gonna have a look. WWE shop. Better be there now. You've said it, Mitchell. Better be there. Ciampa. The Sicilian stretch. Sicilian stretch applied. And Vinci taps. Giovanni Vinci. Giovanni Vinci. Right, we're all going to look and see if Mitchell's a liar. Oh, that's good. Signed pop vinyl. Oh, they do a Cody jacket as well. Giovanni Vinci is all kinds of wobbling all over the place. The bear's cool. $26 for the bear. Giovanni Vinci's been shouted at. There's Drew. There's the $86 for that belt. It's a lot in it. I don't know why this picture's so big. I need to alter it, don't I? Can I make it smaller? I can. Better, innit? There, that's much better. God, how much merch have they got for Cody? Page after page after page. I'm flipping Cody pants. I'm gonna have Cody pants. Cody shorts. Cody socks. Cody bag. Cody beanie. Cody autograph. Cody hat. Cody t-shirt. Cody glassware. Cody bottle. More Cody socks. Cody boxers. Cody jacket. Cody Royal Rumble. What is it? Piece of canvas from. It's nice actually. It's got all the people that are in it. That's all right. Cody jackets, polo shirts. Still no neck thing though, Mitchell. Still no neck thing. Oh, what's that? 3-piece removable decal sets. What's that? Does that count as it? What's a decal? I don't think that's like a temporary tattoo. Decal set's just a sticker in it. I ain't counting that. You ain't having that. Oh, you could have your name added onto these. What's that? Is it a banner? Just do with that. Just put it in your room. Flag, banner, floor mat. Random. Personalized wood sign. Why? What for what? Posters, keychain, flag, cat. Oh, Mitchell! Oh, Mitchell lights. Mitchell lights. No, Cody blow up doll. 0 out of 10. Also, I meant the logo. You didn't mean the logo. You meant temporary tattoo. That's what you meant. You meant one of those, you go like that when you're a kid. Peel the paper off. You didn't mean logo. Don't you bring that. I've just gone through this. You should be ashamed. Be ashamed. No, I am amazed actually. No no blow up doll. I'm just reporting you to the police. Just in case you wondered what I was doing, just filling out a report. Then he lied about Cody merch. Send. Right. I want to be a book boy, said Jonathan. Let's go. A good book boy. I'm trying to start reading books. Well, I know a book. If you are after a book, then I strongly recommend the new Buddy Rogers autobiography. I forget the name of the author, but it's meant to be really good, and it's available as an audiobook as well. Buddy Rogers, as we all know, is the first WWE champion. He was around kind of in the 50s, certainly into the 60s. Lost that title to Bruno Sammartino. I mean, very interesting. If you are interested in the history of WWE, that is the book that you need to get. It's the only book that you need to care about. King Yeti said you could slap that decal on your neck and it will work. What's going on here? What's this? Community members sticking together. I'm not up for this. No, that's not how this works. You're meant to like go, oh, Mitchell, you lied. That's what you do. You don't go, no, actually, that would still work. That's not what we do here. Guys, please, we're bullies. I'm a bully. Yeah? Don't come to people's aid. Here's Seth. Seth is losing his mind. So sick of his game. Son of a bee. God, harsh words. Harsh words from Seth. He wants to do it on his terms. Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. I need to take my hands off the wheel. Name the time. Name the time. Name the place. Name the stipulation. Will you be the one to define your legacy? Me. Hope Shinsuke wins, man. Hope Shinsuke wins. No disrespect, Seth. I think you do a very good job, but I would like Shinsuke to win. A frustrated Seth says the ball is in Shinsuke's court. Name the time. Name the place. Name the stipulation. Ooh. Slap that decal on your man boob. Trust me, it would need to be a big decal. These things flop all over the place. Nakamura needs this one, says Mitchell. The liar! Kill him. I'm letting it go. Irish Rebel said, Days, you're not a bully, Irish Rebel, please. Don't disrespect me. I am a bully, and I am the best bully on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Coach Co said the sound of flatulence or farting is primarily caused by the vibrations of the anal sphincter, which just by absolute chance was the name of my first band. The vibrations of the anal sphincter as gases pass through it, as I like to call it, tickle gas. Tickle gas. Hey, we're Anal Sphincter, and this is our first track. It's called Flowers. Flowers. I really love them. They brighten up my day. Flowers. I really love them. I love to give them away. They grow in my garden. They grow all year long, except for the winter, 'cause they're not that strong. Flowers. Anal sphincter. Anal sphincter. To be alive. What time to be alive? Smash hit, baby. Smash hit. Right, Jey Uso's making his way down to the ring. It's time for our main event. Jey Uso versus Drew McIntyre. Mitchell said, I'm a liar. I'm lying on my couch. That is right. Well, there we go. You're living up to your name in every sense of the words. Right, 25 minutes left in the show. Jey Uso has made his way down. And he's getting the crowd all fired up. Blowing himself up. AB said, I know MJF said he's all about the money, but does all this stuff happening with AEW and the ratings make it possible that he signs with WWE in 2024? No, I think it's possible he signs, but I think that how vocal he's been about it has been to get heat. I think he's all about upsetting the AEW fans, because what would upset them more than by saying I'm going to join WWE? If you want to upset AEW fans, that's the best thing you could say, to get heat. So I think that him being as vocal about it has been more about him wanting to upset the fans than it has been about him actually actively looking to leave. I would imagine that Tony will give him a good contract. I think he could get a good offer in, though, from WWE as well. I mean, it is true. WWE would be interested. So, you know, there is still some truth there that there could be a bit of a bidding war. And that might be a war that at some point WWE wins. So I don't know if it will be in 2024, though. But definitely one to keep an eye on. And now that Jade Cargill's gone over, he's, you know, there's a friend that he knows there now, you know. He knows Jade Cargill. He knows Cody. So he's got a couple of friends there as well to make things a bit easier for settling him. You know, it's always nice to have some friends. Main event Uso is over, said Hagen Dazs. John said, does anyone else see Drew joining Judgment Day? I don't know. I mean, I don't see him joining Judgment Day. He would be quite a big star to join Judgment Day, wouldn't he? Who's going to take down Judgment Day if they get Drew as well? That's a tricky one. That would be Dominik, Rhea, Damian, Finn, maybe JD McDonough, and Drew. I mean, it's like the flipping NWO. Sonny says, my American friends, here is the US link to my book, The Thoughts Within, a collection of poems. I would say MJF and Will Ospreay should jump the line, and that's about it from AEW. Drew is a solo kind of guy. The real question is, Days joining Judgment Day, like book their flights and stuff like that. I'd be very good in that role. Not a physical role, God no. But in a, you know, sorting transport out role. Booking the hotel role, I can do that for them. As long as they pay well. Roman is a fake champ. Drew should join her business. Q the Light Knight said, I want to try some of that stuff that Elon talks about. What's that? What's he talking about? What's Elon talking about? Crypto. Doge. You want to try some of that Doge? Get on it. If I was WWE, I would be daring free agents to go to AEW. You'd be daring free agents to go to AEW. What, you mean like dare you? I dare you. Go there, I dare you. I don't know, what free agents are there that could go? What, you mean like when Drew's contract comes up? AEW would love Drew McIntyre. They would love him. Anyone that's been like around, used a lot in WWE, like they would be interested, definitely. Because they're constantly looking at, like, you know, people coming in and like make things feeling fresh, loads of new matchups. Someone like Drew would be a big get for AEW. Otis is going to be taking on Big Bronson Reed. So next week we've got KO and Sami taking on Finn and Damian. Otis versus Big Bronson Reed. Jay's still going, man. Getting the crowd like... I tell you what, they're giving this main event some time, aren't they? So Shinsuke is going to respond to Seth as well. This ends with JD and Cody and Sami running in. Drew joining Viking Raiders. I like it, said Dark Angel. Irish, shout out to you, my friends. James said, these comments are making me want to blow my brains out. What's he wearing? He's wearing a white kilt. Has he worn that before? Drew in a white kilt. Drew making his way down to the ring. Where's his sporran? Where's the little furry bag? Calls himself Scottish. Wrestle with Andy's got a sporran. Wears it all the time. And Scottish Nightmare. Right. I think he wore it at Mania. Should wear it all the time. Oh, what, this? I don't remember this. He could have. Could have. I will not say that he didn't. I don't remember it. But then I don't remember what Drew was wearing at Mania. So he absolutely could have. Mitchell said, I legit thought Drew was wearing a bath towel. He's just got out of the shower. They were like, you got to go to the ring. He's like, what? Oh, jeez. That was Scottish. That was Scottish. Can I take my iron brew? I've not even had my pre-match haggis. Well, there's no time, Drew. You've just got to go in that. Right, Jay, stepping up to Drew. If Drew turns heel, come on. Bring back Broken Dreams for the heel run. Dark Anger makes sense. Drew's practically a Scottish warrior. The Viking Raiders are Vikings. The most Scottish warriors were Vikings. What furry bag are we referring to? Not the same one as you, Zokuma. Not the same one as you, thank you. I was not asking to see Drew's furry bag. I just asked where it was. Most Scottish men have their furry bag on display. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say. All I need to say. Jay with some big shots coming in. Scottish Nightmare said, I thought you was a fashion expert. I'm a fashion expert. He should have his furry bag out. Right, Jey Uso down. 16 more minutes before Raw starts for me, says Miguel. Wow, Miguel. I hope you enjoy the episodes. I won't ruin the show for you. Oh, he just ripped the shirt there. It's not a good advertisement for the quality of that shirt, is it? Just ripped it right off of him. Nothing is made to last in this day and age. So, Drew stomping away. Jay had to give his answer by the end of this show, didn't he? He's got 15 minutes to let him know if he wants to join the Judgment Day. I forgot about that. So he's got to give that answer. So we need to do this, and then there needs to be a, no. Thank you, but no. Thanks for watching Raw, everyone. Bye. No, thank you. If you think Daze is a fashion expert, I know James. James is going to be very complimentary here. He'll be very complimentary. If you think Daze is a fashion expert, then you need spec savers and a psychiatrist. Harsh. Harsh. I am keeping things very simple. That's why I always just wear a black t-shirt and pretty much the same beanie. Because that's good fashion, actually. Good fashion is keeping things simple. Shots coming in by Jey Uso. Jey will join Judgment Day because I heard that someone is taking a break for a bit, says Matty. Oh. Against the ropes goes Jey. Jey holds on to the rope as Drew charges over the top rope to the outside. Jey Uso. Suicide dive. collides into Drew. Jey against the ropes again. Through the ropes, collides into Drew. Drew goes down. I am not convinced by Jey as a solo star, said Davids. Here's Judgment Day. Oh, did I? I'm sorry, Jennifer. Thank you, Sonny. Jennifer and Lorelei, I hope you are well. Good timing, actually, because we're just about to go to commercial break. Judgment Day have come out, and we're at commercial break. So I think this might be the final commercial. I think. Jennifer and Lorelei said, channeling his inner Val Venus. Let's go. Let's go. And you wouldn't get away with that in this day and age, and it's probably for the best. Probably for the best. Val Venus. Choppy, choppy, pee-pee. Yeah, Jennifer, Lorelei, I hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoying the show. Lee said, don't be too harsh on days for his fast. What is going on? What's kicking off here? What's kicking off here? Guys, I'm a fashion queen. KWEEN. Fashion queen. I'll have no disrespect, thank you. Lee said, don't be harsh on Days for his fashion sense, or he'll show you his furry bag. Listen, do you know what? There's good money in that. Good money in that. Forget this streaming malarkey. You know, you want to save up for your own place or something. That might be the more successful way forward. I get a feeling, though, if I did go down that road, I'm pretty sure the amount of people joining us on these live streams would drastically decrease. Let me tell you. We're talking about sporrans, by the way. We're talking about the little bags that go in front of the kilt. I think we're all on the same page with that, yeah? There should not be a Val Venus 2.0. No one has the voice for it, says AB. Matty said, I went to WWE Live and I met Cody. No, I'm pleased for you. Pleased for you. It is a little bit showing off, isn't it? It is a little bit showing off. But I am also pleased for you. Days, acknowledge the amazing fashion sense of Tuck back in the day. I did. My spirit animal. Gotta love a bit of Tuck, ain't you? We haven't seen much of it. And then when we did, she'd stopped doing the whole Tuck stuff. He had emojis and everything for that. God bless her. God bless her. LSW said, Christopher, I don't know. I'll read this as it sounds. Christopher, I don't know. He's only played in one postseason, and he looked pretty decent when he beat us in the divisional round last year. Lol. I'm sure he'll be good for you guys. I read that as a bit of sass, to be honest. Bit of sass there from LSW. That's how it came across to me. Might not be the case. We'll never know. Knowing LSW as well as I know him now, very sassy young man. Very sassy young man. The kind of person you could imagine on RuPaul's Drag Race. Christopher says, we've got the best defense in the league. Thanks. James said, Days, at least you dress for the morgue. That sweet death, it's coming. Getting close. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Took a dark turn, didn't it? Took a dark turn. Russell Andy said, whatever happened to Alba Fire and Isla Dawn? Oh, I know what happened. They're both Scottish and they can't cope with the heat. They melted. That's what happened. Superplex. Superplex. Right, we've got 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Scottish Nightmare said, I was at Disney World the other week and I swear I saw him there. Who? Cody? At Disney World? Maybe. Maybe. He's got a daughter, hasn't he? Is she old enough for Disney World? I mean, he could go if he wants. It's a bit creepy. Guy of his age going on his own, hanging around Disney World. Oh, not a good look. Not a good look. I wouldn't do it. Drew trying to get Jey back up on his feet. Judgment Day are around. Oh my God, was that a punch or? Yeah, that shot by Drew looked great. There was a shot there where it looked like he actually hit him. Open hand shot correct headbutt there by Drew. I want to see this first shot. Got a replay of it here. Oh yeah, he punches like that. It looked really good actually. What if I knock myself out? That'd be amazing. If I'm like demonstrating how close it is and I end up punching and knocking myself out. You must be able, I would imagine you could knock yourself out. I would imagine it is possible. Wild. Right, we are chugging along. Drew has been with Raiders in 6-man matches. How about them cowboy cheerleaders? That's who I support. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Do they do like a cheerleading championship? That's my March Madness. Drew going up top. Cody did go to Disney World with his wife, also with Matt Cardona and Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. Did they not take any kids? It's weird. Adults going to Disney World on their own. Drew getting back up on his knees. Days, dark poem. Withered away and sent away, the old puppet laid, rusted and decayed for years, months, and days. It's very good, actually. Until the old puppet decayed away, down in the box, owned by a child who no longer played. Owned by a child who no longer cared. It's good. Good that is, Sonny. Oh, hello. Dominik distracting. Damien grabbing Drew's leg. Kick coming in by Jey Uso. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Drew. Shoulder up by Drew. Jey back in the corner. Finn offering some advice. You can do it. Look, they're giving her advice. Go on, Jey. Go on, Jey. You can do it. Damien. Giving advice to Jey. It's going to mess him up, isn't he? Super kick. Fist bump. Jey fist bumps. Bang! There it is! There it is! Yeah! Oh, you get a super. You get a super. And you get a super. Ah, wow! Man, he lost. Ah, oh, Jey lost. Ah. He was having a super kick party, but Drew just ruined it. You get a super kick. You get a super kick. You get a super kick. Oh, been Claymores. Oh, big cloud deaded. Jay ain't joining him. Jay ain't joining him. Drew gains more momentum as he gets ready for his heel turn. Yeah, Judgment Day circling rounds. Oh, now they're beating him up. Big shot there by Finn. And again, is Drew going to come to his aid? Don't do it. Don't bother. Leave him, Drew. Drew is conflicted. He's like, shall I do it? Shall I go? Turn your back, Drew. Turn your back. Yeah! Turn your back, Drew. Walk away. Leave him, Drew. He's not worth it, Drew. He's not worth it. Leave it. Walk to the back, Drew. Cody's come out. What was Cody doing? Is Cody just watching going, is he, isn't he? Shall I, shan't I? Cody makes his way down. Drew was conflicted about returning. Jack and Drew now goes to the ring. I was on my way. I was on my way. Mate, I'm so glad you got there. I didn't notice. I was just about to come back. Watch the show back. Watch this. You'll see. I look back, so I heard a commotion, but my eyes aren't very good at the moment. I normally wear contacts and I don't have them in. So I was sort of like trying to make out what was happening. I was like, are they attacking him? Sure. I was literally on my way. Oh, that is unfortunate. If it was a week where I had my contacts in, mate, I'd have been there. I'd have been there. Raw talk. Nia Jax. Yeah. She could take out the interviewer. Let's go. Who does Raw talk these days? Is it that Jackie Redmond? Flipping Samoan dropper into the bump. Big Bronson Reed, Imperium, and Nia Jax. That is your lineup to this week's Raw Talk. Raw Talk. Right. Tiddlywinks. Tiddly kids. Well, let's put our poll up, shall we? So that we can get those sweet responses. Sweet votes. See what people thought of the show. I hate the fact that you can only have 5 options on YouTube. I really hate that. I wish it was more. Really wish it was more. It is. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. What do you score this week's WWE Raw? Chelsea Green. 4, 3, 2. I'm not the only one that does that, am I? Just do that impression every now and again. Just sit here by yourself all quiet and go, Chelsea Green. Right. Good. Okie dokie. Bad. You bad. You've been a bad boy. Hey, do you know what? We've had only over 7,500 votes now, which is pretty cray-cray, on what should main event WrestleMania 40. Hasn't really moved. CM Punk versus Roman Reigns is at 9%. Cody Rhodes against Roman Reigns is at 30%. And Rock versus Roman is 62%. It's kind of impressive, really. It's kind of mind-blowing that we've got those that many votes that have come in for that. I think it's a good question, to be honest, because I think there is a lot of chatter around it at the moment because of The Rock's comments. And I only included CM Punk because I was just interested to know if anyone would go for that over the other two. I don't see that as I don't see that as an option. I suppose it is an option, but I'm not expecting it to be. Feel free to put your thoughts in the chat. Put your scores in this chat. I would urge that you vote in that chat, in that poll, but you can put your thoughts in here as well. Do it. I kind of enjoy the WWE post show, says Ryan. It might not be for everyone. No, I don't mind. I don't mind. I've seen bits of it before. I think it depends on the guests. I mean, if you've got Chelsea, I'm into that. Just like when they used to have Billy Kay. Imagine Chelsea Green and Billy Kay together. I mean, that might just be my dream all-time tag team. There might not be any two superstars I would rather see put together than those two. So much fun. So Chelsea Green or Billy Kay, if those are on, then you're going to get something interesting. So yeah, you know, it depends who's on. Sometimes, like if you had Sami and you had a bit of like Jey Uso and Sami, that could obviously be fun as well. Just depends who really has got like a good, fun personality. So yeah, sometimes it's a bit hit and miss. Do you think we see Judgment Day versus Cody, Jey, Sami, and Kevin at Survivor Series? We really could. That stuff, yeah. We really could. Because that's got to be like that feels like a faction that's ready for Survivor Series. Finn, Damian, JD, and Dominik. Do we need one more? Can we get away with 4? We used to do 4 back in the day. I like 4-on-4 Survivor Series matches. But yeah, perhaps we would need to get like someone else in there. But no, I mean, even if you just kept it at those 4, that would be pretty sweet. So what would it be? Dominik, Damian, Finn, JD against Cody, Kevin, Sami, and Jey. Go, we're ready. I feel like we might have been pretty close to seeing that match on a Raw anyway. So, yeah, definitely ready for it. What is with Cody being such a Jey simp all of a sudden? Don't know. Perhaps he's been running secret fan accounts. Perhaps it's not all of a sudden. Perhaps he's loved him long time. You know, just like those Thai brides. He's loved him long time. He's a Jey simp. Alan said, what time does NFL finish on Channel 5? I didn't even know it was on Channel 5, Alan. I'm not getting into it about my ex with you, says Q the Light Knights. Unpopular opinion, NXT Gunter is better than the main roster Gunter. Both versions are still great, says Watson. I don't think that's absolutely incredible matches down in NXT. I think he's had, plus also his music was better in NXT. Music was better in NXT, and I think him having that little bit of size to him made him look a bit more imposing than he looks now. I think, like, it's hard for him now because, like, I think you can get to a certain muscle mass. Not quickly, but you can get to a certain level, and then it becomes hard. Like, you don't really get, like, I think Rhea is kind of finding that. Like, she was talking a lot about her legs. I saw her like doing an interview talking about like how she's hitting the gym a lot and she's really trying to build up her legs. She's like, I just can't build them. Like, they take ages. And I think that's sort of the same with Gunther. Like, he can keep going and keep Because could you imagine him if he got even bigger and more jacked? He'd look amazing. But like when he was down in NXT and he was just a bit chubby, like that still came across as quite imposing. So I would agree. I think him looking a bit chunkier made him look a bit more imposing than he does right now. But now he's definitely healthier. And I think that his music was better. And he had so many incredible matches. Like Pete Dunne, Ilya Dragunov, Tommaso Ciampa. Like the list goes on. God, that match with Tyler Bate as well. Just incredible. He had so many great matches. He's had great matches on the main roster, undeniably. But yeah, has he surpassed what he did down in developmental yet? NXT and NXT UK? Maybe not. Maybe not. If I was to, I suppose it's like, would you take Volta or Gunther? I would take Volta at the moment. I'm with you. What do you rate this show, says Kashawn? Maybe a 6.5. I wouldn't be above that. Would I be below that, though? I think we can agree this is not an all-time classic episode of Raw. I think we can agree that Raw has been stronger. And I don't think there was much in the way of OMG here. Was it, I'm actually not expecting the rating for this week's show to be great, because last week was 1.3 and I don't see why this week would be better, because last week they did 1.3 and I remember us saying they need to do something to respond. There needs to be a response. Where was it? I didn't see it. I didn't see a show that was like full of panic and like crazy booking and, oh my God, we need to do something to sort this out. Like this just felt like an all right show. It was all right. I'm not down on it. I don't feel like I wasted my evening. I feel like there's a few things there that are like, okay, we're moving the Intercontinental story forwards a little bit. We have done something interesting with Drew at the end. We've got our answer about if Jay's going to be joining Judgment Day. So, do you know what I mean? Like, definitely moved forward with some stuff. But it would be hard to not move forward with anything across 3 hours, right? But we definitely have moved forward with some stuff. And then you had, like, the Kofi in ring, which I thought was really good. I enjoyed that. And there was a few matches and segments and, like the Chelsea little moment. It was nothing, but I enjoyed it. So there was just little bits throughout the show that just kept me entertained and just kept me, like, engaged. So I didn't feel like tonight's show was a drag or a chore to watch. So, yeah, I mean, like 6.5. I mean, I gave SmackDown 7.5, but I mean, for a 2-hour show, that had a lot in it. Didn't it? You had Rock, you had Cena, you had some really good action. Although I would say that lacked great in-ring action. I don't know that there was much there. I think Kofi Ivar is the best match I've seen for a little while. I'm trying to think. Maybe, well, I say a little while. Maybe since like the Gunther Chad match. That was great. And I'm not including NXT because NXT tends to provide a banger once a week, to be honest. But I would say that Kofi against Ivar was probably my favorite match from this week. I think it was. And I would probably take it over anything that we got on SmackDown as well. Although LA Nightmares was very good. I enjoyed LA Nightmares, but I think I would still take Kofi Ivar over LA Nightmares. But gotta give LA Knight versus Miz their flowers. I thought it was a very good match. So yeah, I think that this show had enough about it to stop it being a disaster. Let's put it that way. I think there was enough about it to stop it being a disaster, but it's hard to really go like much beyond average. So that's where I am. And we'll see where you lot are by checking back in with that poll in a bit. So I think we are pretty close to being done and wrapping up. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with Big Time Bex on NXT. We are around to do the Wrestling Escape Pod as well. Triple T is going to be doing the WEP, which is good because I thought he was actually going to miss this week. So the plan is tomorrow, 11 o'clock on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel, we'll do the Wrestling Escape Pods. Then over here at 12 o'clock or 5 minutes past, we'll start doing the NXT one. And then, of course, on Wednesday, it's Grand Slam. So Wednesday this week is a big deal with AEW. They've got a big show. Arthur Ashe Stadium. They've been building to this show for a few weeks. So that should be a big Wednesday. And then I'll do something for members on Thursday. And then, of course, got SmackDown on Friday. A couple more final thoughts, and then we will run away. Alexis said, I know what Jey Uso answer was. I knew it was going to be no, because he did the same kick to Judgment Day like he did last Monday. Paul said, good day from Adelaide, Australia. Love Raw, but SmackDown needs to go 3 hours. Ooh. Would you have SmackDown 3 hours, or would you take Raw to 2? Where would you go? I think people would be split on that. One of the things that is criticised about Raw is that it doesn't need that third hour and it feels a bit bloated, and the show would be stronger if you took an hour of waffle away. So would you take SmackDown to 3 hours? Or would you take Raw down to 2? John said it was an okay Raw. Jay answered Judgment Day. Drew looked like he was going to reenact Tom Cruise's underwear scene from Risky Business. It was adequate. Like that. Seamus said he is going to join in the Battle Rumble next week. What? Battle Rumble? What? There's a Battle Royal next week. Did I miss that? Jerry said, I know you all hate Drew for winning. I don't. But life changes. Jay was looking the other way and was not paying attention. Are people down on Drew winning? I'm not down on him winning. I think this all just plays into his heel turn. Because, a baby face stood up to some heels and Drew could have helped him. Drew, or at least given him time to get his head back into the match, but he didn't. He jumped him. So I would say that is a little heelish from Drew. And then he goes to the entranceway and doesn't come back and help. That's clearly heelish from Drew. So I'm not down on that result. I think it just all plays into the heel turn. WWE has announced that Sami, Zayn, and Kevin Owens will challenge Finn and Damian for the tag titles next week, says Boomer. Roman never has even put himself through the torture that Hulk Hogan had to go through. I'm sorry, but they asked me that question when I came in, says Carlos. No, it's fine. It's a good answer. Volta in a heartbeat. I don't like pointless name changes, says Jim. Days, what do you... Oh, we answered that. Okay, I think we've caught up. Lovely. Mystic Miss said it makes sense for Drew not to help Jay after what Jay did to him over the years. It's great storytelling. Raw should be 2, but USA Network and WWE don't want to give up that hour of commercial revenue, so it will never happen. Well, it depends if they stay with USA, doesn't it? I mean, they are negotiating new TV deals. So if they end up leaving and going somewhere else, getting a load of money and maybe not being paid by the TV, like if they go to a streaming platform, I wonder if they could go to 2 hours then. I would imagine the streaming platform will be like, well, we want X amount of hours out of you. And that probably would still be a 3-hour Raw, wouldn't it? We want X amount of hours a week of main roster, top quality WWE content. That'd be hard to define, because would NXT be mixed in with that? That'd kind of be hard, wouldn't it? Don't know, we'll have to see. Rather than speculating about where we're going, let's get there and then we can talk about it. So I'm going to wrap things up. Appreciate the support as always. We are Back tomorrow. Don't worry. Dry those tears. Have a lovely day. We're back tomorrow. We'll be watching NXT. Yeah, wherever you are in the world, have a great evening. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again next time. Doodly bye.